There we go. There we go. Can you hear me? Is this thing on? Is it working? Oh boy. Okay. My hope... My hope is that this will all run smoothly. I am live a little bit earlier than normal, so maybe we can get the technical issues out of the way. I see the Ditto. My sitting cuties plushie. He arrived! He's like definitely gonna fall at some point, but for right now... for right now, he's posted up. Ditto? What are you doing Ditto for? What is this Ditto command? You went live early so I can watch. Precisely. No way. We actually just got really lucky. I can't lie. That's all it is. We just lucked out. Okay, let's just move on over here. I already downloaded the game, so hopefully game capture should just work. On. Okay. Let's do this. We got the Joy-Cons. Gotta lower this just a little bit, just a tad. Oh, hello Richie, thank you so much. I had to be dumb and get a job or something now, and I only get to watch VODs. I feel that. Except for I'm on the opposite end, because it's just work and baby and during the day. So I'm like, I gotta catch up on Corey VODs or YouTube. And now she's a working girl. Oops. Okay. Okay, I need to make sure you guys can hear it. I can't hear it. Well, how did that happen?
Do you like this one? Yeah, I love this one.
That was a good one.
I love this one, too.
That was a good one. Okay, wait, why can't I hear it now? How did, ah! What are you spilling on me?
Meatball.
Not working.
It's Sickrux. I know him.
You know him, huh?
No.
That's Russell. Yes. Do you do that to your wife too?
Mine's the same thing, just different.
Oops. All of a sudden I can't hear my game audio? What is this about? Be quiet, B. I'll just, hold on. We'll just close it and reopen it. Come on, game capture. You can hear Andy in HD though. Oh, that's good. L. How come I can't hear it? I was just able to hear it. What the hell? Where did it go? So my microphone, you hear clickings. Well, you guys should be able to hear it. Sorry. You guys should be able to hear it just fine. I don't know why I can't hear it. This is why we gotta be early. Figure out all the stuff now. Hello, Locke. Can I hear anything? Hold on. Okay, yeah, I hear that just fine. Why can't I hear this? What's going on with my game capture? Oh. Okay, hold on, let me figure this out. What? I can hear it fine now. How does that make any sense? Hold on. What? Russell, it's been fine for you. I made the audio. I can see that you can hear it. I can't hear it. That's the problem.
Is the bits audio working?
That
Testing
is
1,
working.
2, testing.
Okay. Okay, I can hear it now. Didn't change anything, so I don't know why it's working now, but we'll take it. Okay. Thanks for the hydrate. And thank you for the biddies, Papa Fear. There's our cute ditto. I can't tell you how excited I've been to play this game. And I've had to not watch like every streamer that I normally watch because everyone's playing it. Oh, whoops. Wait, I can't hear anything again. I don't know if there's noise. Oh, okay, good. I can hear it. Phew. Oh, we gotta bug him. Oh. You looking for something? Oh, his Cantonian Pokedex. Oh, a Pokedex in this model comes with a camera. Oh, that's nice. Is this the town where you used to live? It's so pretty. Oh, what a nice photo. Is that your trainer petting you? You look so happy. Hey, Vern. We're a girl, Ditto. Your trainer looks like this? Yeah, like this. Oh, so this is... Okay. Yeah, this is us. Oh, this is fun. Wait. Are you able to be a shiny version of this? Are you able to be a shiny Ditto? It's fake? Oh, okay. It's like, are people soft resetting this already, I bet? I would not be surprised in the slightest. Cute. Oh, the buns are cute. They're drippy. The locks. Cute. Oh, I think I gotta go with the pigtails. Do not reset, don't worry. I'm not planning on it. Oh, it's so hot already? I loved it. I went on a walk today. I went to Pilates, then I went on a walk. And I took Ray outside. We went and saw the fish. It was great. We had a very lovely, busy day and just enjoyed the weather. Yeah. do I pick? We're gonna be kind of purpley, maybe. No. It's gonna be blue. It's always blue. Oh, cute! Oh, I love it so much. Love that everything's so gooey. I kind of like this hat more. No, I don't know. That one's so cute too. We're picking this one. Yes. Oh. Oh boy. Last Tuesday it was snowing for me, and since Saturday afternoon it's been up in the 70s. Yeah, it was in the 70s today. For us. This matches. Oh, cute. Oh, so you can change the hat. Oh, I'm already obsessed. We haven't done anything. This pose we're in right now is killing me. Do I want this? This reminds me of like a sunny side up egg. I think I'm picking this hat though. But yeah. This is good. We need the little face on the back. Yeah. No, we definitely need the face. It's too cute. Now we're talking. Blue overload, just the way I like it. Is our professor? For real, Dracobane. Ho ho ho, I found quite the haul today. I like that we're Naruto running. Meow. What was that? Who's there? Gadzooks, what in the world's a human doing here? I didn't think there were any left. There's something curious about you. Are you really a human? No. Oh, so you're a Ditto, eh? What an impressive transformation. Deedle beep. Owner detected. Beginning backup battery boot up. My headcanon voice for Professor Tangrowth is Winnie the Pooh. Oh, that's so cute. Oh, bother, what's that sound? I could see it. And a Pokedex. Equipped with a camera to take selfies. Oh, that's a Pokedex I found ages ago. I want it. I had thought that Pokedex was beyond repair, but it started working as soon as you appeared. You're welcome to keep it. I haven't the foggiest idea of how to use the thing. Your human transformation really is quite impressive, you know. And now that you're holding a Pokedex, you just look like a Pokemon trainer. Could it be you've based that look of yours on your own trainer? Yep. I like all the stuff in here. It's so cute. The substitute doll. And it looks like a little diary. Okay, the writing there in the diary with that girl with the long hair, it kind of looks like Karen, the Elite Four member in Gen 2. That's what I'm gonna pretend that is. It's a Karen diary. By the by, did the trainer give you a name? They did. Yeah. It's Charlie. Oh, so you were called Charlie. You betcha. Oh, it does kind of have a crater on the other side. Charlie Ann, that's a snazzy one. In that case, I believe I'll also take the liberty of calling you Charlie. It's been quite some time since I last laid eyes on either a human or a Pokemon. Then out of nowhere, I came across a Pokemon the shape of a human. How curious. What happened to the Pokemon? You mean you don't know what's happened here? Right then, come with me. Seems quite post-apocalyptic. Hi, Danny. Wearing the TM makes me happy for no reason. It is so cute. This little doctor's hat. Oh. Can I? Am I wrong? This place was once home to many humans, but now it's, well, what you see. The grass and trees are withered and dry, and all those humans and Pokemon who once lived here, they're gone. What's happened to Squirtle? Oh God, look at him! But my question is, where have you been this whole... What's going on the ground over there? Could it be a Pokemon? Come on, Charlie, let's go see. Oh my God. Someone help him. Water. 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 I'll be gobsmacked if it isn't a Squirtle, and they're nearly all dried up. Here I thought Squirtle were supposed to have an excellent command of water. Isn't there anything we can do to help? I did notice the speech bubble. What's with this place? Where's the water? Usually I can spray all the water I want. If only there were another healthy Squirtle around to help me. Oh, I know just the ditto. Oh! The little tail shake. Oh my God. We gotta help him. Seen better transformations in my time, but it looks like you can use Squirtle's move. Can you use that move to rescue Squirtle? Oh my gosh. I'm saved! Thank you so much, I really thought I was done for. I owe you my life. Something's beeping. Shoots water, prey while in the water, withdraws into its shell when in danger. Oh, fun! So, I mean, okay, obviously we have a Pokedex. I don't know why I didn't think we were gonna get actual Dex entries for this game. But that's really cool. So where to find them? Specialties and favorites. They like lots of water, cleanliness, healing, cute stuff, group activities, sweet flavors. Caps Lock Keon, hello! Thank you so much for the raid. How was your stream? Are you playing Pokopia as well? I just barely started. Like, just now. Ideal habitat, humid. With water specialty, you can use full water basin to spray water on nearby fields and plants. Oh, okay. Oh my God, he's so cute. It truly has been an age since I last saw any other Pokemon. The Pokedex's days of being useful may be long over. Really? Bouncing between Resident Evil Requiem and Pokopia? Hey, as am I! I just started that yesterday too! But that was then. Things have changed. I'd come to believe this world was down to a population of one, me. Today out of nowhere I met the two of you. Hope springs anew. By the way, where in the world have you two been up to until now? I don't really remember too well. What is that brick over there that's like just dripping? I guess we'll find out. I gotta investigate that. I always used to take naps next to a nice clear pond. But this time I woke up here, flat on the ground. Maybe I slept a little too much. Is your Ditto the Pokemon Center pre-order? Yes. It's also why I got the game so late. I pre-ordered the game probably over a month ago. And it just arrived today. Look at this. The ground around here's turned green. I bet it grew because you sprayed water around here. That's so awesome. The ground was parched, but now it's sprung back to life. It's only a bit, but it looks just like it did in the good old days. Seems like you might have some sort of mysterious power. I will help. Ah! Hey, you're fine. You're a grass type, aren't you? I haven't withered away yet, you know. It's the dried up grass and flowers you should be watering, not me. Hey, you're on the dry grass, okay? Look, Squirtle. Oh, he's so happy. I restored a pretty flower bed habitat. Who comes in here from this? Oh, I see how it's like Viva Pinata. I saw people saying that. So you create the little habitats, and then more Pokemon can show up, yeah? Oh, okay, sorry. I'm so into this. I want to read chat too, because I want to know what you guys think of everything. I pre-ordered it on January. I was like, oh, if it comes later, that's fine. I'm not that excited. Then all the info about the game came out and I was sweating waiting for it to show up. I know, I started to see like spoilers. I'm like, I just need to play it myself. I was watching the showcase. They put out that like 1 hour long showcase. I started to watch it and I got maybe like 5 minutes in and then I'm like, I gotta turn it off. I just want to experience it on my own. This brings back memories. Back in the day, there was tall grass like this all over the place. Seeing such fresh green tall grass makes me feel like Pokemon might return at any moment. Hey, I wanna... Oh, stick. We're so gooey. What is this? Can I do something about this? Oh, it appears I cannot. Not yet, at least. He's here. Yay! Yippee, nice to meet you! This plot of tall grass is kind of small, but I like it. I love leaves and grass and stuff, and living by lots of green things. Oh my god, I'm in love with them. I love this Bulbasaur. Carries a seed on its back right from birth. As its body grows larger, the seed does too. Specialties grow. Lots of nature, soft stuff, cute stuff, lots of water, group activities, and sweet flavors. Group activities? What group activities can we do? Oh, now a Bulbasaur's come around. You know, Charlie, ever since I met you, Pokemon have been reappearing one after another. Seems you really do have a sort of mysterious power. I don't suppose you could carry on making comfy habitats for Pokemon. Boy, can I! I will be doing this for the remainder of forever, I think. I'll help out too if there's anything you're ever wondering or unsure about. Don't hesitate to ask. Oh, yay. Ooh. This is no good. The ground here's too dry and the grass is all wilty and there's nothing like where I lived before. The way they talk is so funny. They remind me of like the Rugrats. Can you help, Ditto? Would you water the dry tall grass, please? I want to make this place way greener. If you do that for me, I'll teach you something really neat to say thanks. You got it. That really helped me out. I don't know why the dirt and plants and stuff around here are all so dry. Looks like it perks up again when you get stuff wet with water gun. I'd really love if you sprayed more water around the area. Okie dokie. Oh, I love that they notice. Oh, he was just sitting down. What are you making? What was he just doing? He's like sketching ideas. Hi, Ditto. The sky's so blue and pretty. Doesn't it feel nice today? Look at this. What's that? What's that? Is it a present for me? It's for you. Wait, really? Thank you. It makes me so happy. I'll give you a leaf anytime you want, buddy. Anytime you need. Oh, this is all dry sand. Oh, I see. I thought it was like cobblestone at first. Oh. But that makes more sense that it's just like sand. That tree was dried up, but it looks all better now. I bet we can get berries from it too. Yeah. Oops. What are they talking about? They're so cute. You want to play tag with us too, Ditto? Just out of breath. I do want to play tag with you guys. Oh, did we do it? It looks way greener now. Sweet. I have so many questions. Why do you have Kirby inhaling skills? Because we're Ditto. And Ditto is just, can do kind of a little bit of whatever it wants, I guess, is the canon we're going with here. Ditto with a little bit of DNA. I told you he was gonna fall. Sorry, friend. There you go. With his ability to transform into anybody. He can just do it all. Just a... I always use the pronoun he, just even though we're literally like a girl Ditto, but it's whatever. It's actually supposed to send leaves flying at your opponent, but it looks like when you use it, it makes tall grass grow out of the ground. I think that's very you way of using the move. This Bulbasaur is the best. This Bulbasaur is so great and wonderful. Use. Oh, hello. Oh, you can even do that? You're so amazing. Here's a berry. We're literally best friends. Okay, so then I can swap to this. Oh, it ate it right away. It's just eating the berry. I love it here. I want a home. I want to give you a home, buddy. That tall grass that Bulbasaur lives in sure looks nice. I like how close we are. Look at her face. Is there anything I can help you with? I'm your biggest fan. Hi, Squirtle. I'm kind of jealous because I don't have anywhere to live myself. If only there was one more tall grass habitat like that. I got you, buddy. Does he have 4 blocks? Oh, did we do it? Okay, we just need to hold on. I'm overwatering it. Give me this. Did I do it? Did I make the habitat? Yay! It looks awesome. I was wondering. Think it'd be okay for me to live here in this tall grass? Yes. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh, I just love it so much. Once once they settle in a habitat, it becomes their home. So this is his house. I've got to get some upgrades. Surely we can do better than this. Gotta keep moving. Remember the only reason to buy both games in a gen for $100 was just to get an extra 4 Pokemon one had over the other? Yeah. We need to be able to cut it. We gotta get a Scyther. I know that much from the trailer. Oh, a present! Yippee! Have we introduced indentured servitude to the local masses yet? This isn't Pal World. Okay, it's Pokopia. Thanks to you, Charlie. It seems Pokemon are coming back. I really can't thank you enough. Why did I say that? It's a token of my gratitude. I have a present for you. My very own seat. My bag's too little. I can't carry that. Why am I such a wimp? This isn't the type of thing you carry around your bag. It's called a chair. Humans used to sit when they're tired. You've been running around all this time in the shape of a human. I thought it'd be perfect for you. I used to live with a human myself a long, long time ago. This chair belonged to that human, so it's got a lot of memories attached to it. Squirrel's just climbing in the back. Where is he headed? I use stockpile? He said, this was a cherished heirloom. This is a very sentimental artifact, and I just ate it? What, were you even listening to me? Chairs are not food. So you can store items inside your body? Seems like a mighty handy skill to have. Would you mind placing the chair down around here? Go ahead and sit on the chair, okay? Oh, it's been ages since I've talked this much. I've gone and tired myself out. It's a bit chilly now the sun's gone down. You know humans made handy tools to keep both heat and cold at bay. Looks like you're better at transforming into a human than you're transforming into a Pokemon. Maybe that means you'll be just as good as a human in making fancy tools too. I can try. Have a good one, Richie. Thanks for coming by. Okay, let's create more places for Pokemon to live. Excuse me, can I tell you something? I found something weird. Follow me. Oh my god. What do you suppose Bulbasaur's found? Why not go along with them and see? Oh my god, I just love it. Over here. See, this thing? What do you think it is? I think it's, a bed for napping. This is a workbench. How's Bulbasaur supposed to know? You can make all kinds of items here as long as you've learned the recipe. Try crafting something. Oh. Bulbasaur's more raspy voice, thanks. I would love to voice act this better, but unfortunately I think I would ruin my voice by the end of the night. Whoa, that surprised me. I guess it's not a napping bed after all. There's something stuck in there. Nice. We got the recipes. Perfect. What would we be without a campfire creation? So cool. What is it? Do you think the professor will know? Professor Tangrowth? Tangrowth seems really smart, and they're all tangy and messy like a tangly, whoops, and messy like a professor, right? Let's show the campfire to Professor Tangrowth. This is how we get Mander, right? Is that a campfire? Thank you so much. Jesus, I was really starting to shiver. Can you set it down here? Yes. I ate it. Okay, I don't want to put it too close to Bulbasaur, okay? Be careful. Professor, what is this thing? This thing is called the campfire. It makes the area bright and warm. Huh, but it's not very warm, is it? Quite right. Now that I think about it, the fire's not actually lit. A campfire needs a fire. It could be a wee bit challenging for us to start a fire on our own. I know somebody who could spit out fire. I haven't seen them around here, though. You have a friend that can do that, have you? What sort of place did they live in? You know the plot of tall grass that Ditto made for me? It was like that. Okay. Pokemon that can make fire might come if you do. Ooh, okay. Cute. I want to make the whole island so pretty. Okay, let's place it right here. Oh, that's nice. You leveled the whole island. Oops. I feel like that's what I did in Animal Crossing. I had to level everything and then I was like, okay, now I can make it work. Can we connect these? Or is that illegal? Oh. What, his face? Be careful around my tail. If you bump into it, you could get a real nasty burn. My friend stepped on my tail once and got super mad because it was hot. Even though I'm the one whose tail got trampled, it hurt so bad I was spitting fire, literally. If Charmander is healthy, the flame on the tip of its tail will burn vigorously and won't go out, even if it gets a bit wet. I'm so glad they canonized that. People had this misconception for the longest time because of that episode in the anime where they found the Charmander that was really weak and it was raining. And they're like, this Charmander's gonna die. And so everyone's like, oh, if Charmander gets wet, it'll just instantly die. But it has to do with it being weakened in the first place, too. Like, I like that. I'm glad that we have that Dex entry now. Stuff like that's no problem for me. You can have it follow you? Oh, yeah. I lit the fire for you. That campfire is complete. Thank you, Charmander. It's gotten dark. Why don't we call it a day and get some rest? I've noticed you've been transformed into a human this whole time. Could it be that you really miss the human you look like? The dots. Very red of us. I understand. A long time ago, a very long time ago, there was a human I spent all my time with. Beloved by everyone, humans and Pokemon alike. Where are they now? I don't know, but I do have a theory. You started creating some comfortable habitats for Pokemon. As a result, they've begun coming back. Oh, back here, right? I'd wager that it'd work the same for humans. Humans and Pokemon once lived happily together here. If this world grows beautiful again like it was back then... Oh, he just fell asleep. I expect the humans will eventually return here as well. Mark my words. Now they've got so many Pokemon back here again, I think I'll share some stories about the old days. Oh yes, right around the campfire. Oh! Back when I was a child and the humans and Pokemon was such a help. Can we? I don't want to be asleep. I want to hear his story. Ditto, the lore. Lock in. Oh, are you listening? I can't handle this game, actually. I can't. I'm like, oh, I'm so happy. Zykes, thank you for the 94 months. My subs for 94 months have led to this moment. Oh, bless.
My subs for 94 months have led to this moment.
Charlie, you're awake. Did you know you slept for an entire day? Today I plan to start searching for clues about what happened to the humans. Meeting you has stirred up hope in this old heart. Oh, what did you gave a heart with its vines to Charmander? Are we joking? God, it's in a pretty sorry state, but that's where I plan to begin my investigation. If you don't mind, I could use your help. We might find something useful. Wow. I found something cool. Here, you can have it. It was like a little tackle animation. Thanks, Squirtle. Happy to see you again. Here you go, buddy. I got you this stick. What? Whoa, thanks. Char! I love this kind of stuff. Thanks a million, Ditto. Oh, wow. Just look at those beautiful stars. How did he get over there? Did he just hop? Can I do that? Oh, the little pathway. Oh, I could have just walked around this whole time. What are these? What's all this? A trace of a Pokemon? When you touch it, a hint about a Pokemon's habitat will be recorded in your Pokedex? What? Oh, Timber. That's okay. He's cute. In another Pokopia playthrough I watched on Twitch, her name is Jahara. She made Charmander... Oh wait, it scrolled up. Hold on. She made Charmander sound southern, gave him the drawl and everything. I've seen her. She's so cute. I love her cosplays too. Good night, Steel. See you later. Boulder shaded tall grass. Okay. Well, this is perfect. Oops. Dude, how do I use these things in mouse mode? Someone told me it was worth to do, but I don't actually know how to turn them into mouse mode. I gotta figure that out. Oops. Oh. We're running out of PowerPoints. Oh, we need to eat food. Would you please help me inspect this building first? No. I have to be free. I didn't mean to do that. I did see Mouse Mode with Saul in this game, yeah, so someone told me that it was really good. It looks so badly broken down, I don't even know where to begin. There's something I recognize, it's called the PC. I haven't the foggiest idea of how to use it, but it always seemed awfully handy. I wonder how this is used. Yeah. What's this? The PC is talking. Did I make it angry? Please, Charlie, figure out what the PC wants. That's how my mom talks to me, too. She's like, how did I get Chromium on my computer again? I'm like, I don't know. Let me help. Let me uninstall all this malware. I did make it angry, didn't I? Booting up PokeLife, the environment improvement app. Withered Wasteland. Completing challenges provided each day by PokeLife, you can gradually restore the environment to a state where Pokemon can live comfortably. Find a new Pokemon. Water trees, gather sturdy sticks. Didn't understand a whit of what it was saying. Hopefully it'll be useful to you. I enabled it in the controller settings, but I ended up getting the Pro Controller. I have my regular Pro Controller. Oh, I love the settings as Klingling. That's so cute. Camera mode. Mouse mode on. Mouse mode is on. Wait. Okay. Whoops. If the Joy-Cons are separated but either one is on a flat surface with the color part down, there you move it as a mouse. You also got to turn the feature on in the game settings. Okay, so the setting is technically on in the game. So then if I set these down on a hard surface, the color part facing down, I wonder... I'm trying. I'll just have to mess with it later. Oh, right, we're hungry. Oh, wait, sorry. Oh, I didn't mean to do that. We're gonna pass out if I don't eat something. So much stuff. Hello, toy blocks. Pinwheels. Hitmonchan. Exercise resting spot. Love it. Okay, we gotta go back to our tree. Oh no, wait, we have food. Squirtle gave us some. Did it. Oh, so there's common Pokemon that can show up. Rare Pokemon are particular, they might show up. Okay, that's cool. So each environment you've got different chances of different things popping up. That is really fun. Brick borders. Oh, cute! Look at the horsey. I can't water it. What is this? Oops. Let me out. I gave toy blocks to one of my Pokemon and picked it up by accident and it got so sad. Oh no. Collection of Pokemon greetings has been added to your human records. Minccino, Pikachu, and other Pokemon with distinctive tail-based greetings. In today's world, so much about Pokemon ecology has been explained through research. This time we've collected a special set of articles focused on Pokemon greetings. That's so cool. We've learned the greetings emote. We can occasionally stumble upon journals written by humans? Wow. Beckon. I beckon you hither. Give you a nice house, Scyther. Nice. Whoops. Oh yeah, we do need to eat again. Like there's the common. Oh, what's this? Oh, a leaf? Okay. I want to go give them the blocks. Oh. Professor's Diary number 2 has been added to your human records. My grandchild plays with Tangela a lot these days. They both seem to be having so much fun. Just watching them warms my heart. Tangela shows interest in any and all human activities. When I'm working on the computer, he stares intently at my screen with a curious expression. Trainers who've come to visit me also play with Tangela, and Tangela seems intrigued by the items they use. He looks enthralled by things like Pokedexes and Pokeballs. Are all Tangela brimming with curiosity, or is this little one just special? Pokemon really are fascinating. There's always more to learn about them. Oh my god. I can't handle it. Oh! I just stole that. Hold on. Hold on. Well, I'm putting it back. Hold on a second. This may just be me, but when I was really little, I thought Tangela was just blue spaghetti. Like, I can't say that I blame you for that thought. Especially as a little kid. Huh, what do you think? I'm pretty good with this lumber, right? You should watch me build. I'm a total pro. Let me know if you ever want help building a house. Pff, I do want help building it. You know what? I'm glad you're here, Timber. Always carrying squared logs they put out with construction. As they grow, they carry bigger logs. Even though you got weird veins all over your body. It's my least favorite look to Timber. I can't lie. But I'm grateful that he's here to help. I don't know this area super well yet. Guess I got some exploring to do. Follow me. Whoops. I don't know. How do I get this environment thing to work? Where's my Pokedex button? Oops, wrong button. That's our inventory. Oh, I'm just emoting. Where the heck is our Pokedex? Is it just in the PC, maybe? I thought it was in our bag. Oh, info, maybe. No, that's not it. That is cool that you can have an expanded information, though. I like that. We got life coins. Oh, wait, I want the rest of my coins. Oh, a large mirror? One. Human items from the PC? Well, we got Jeff Bezos out here? How are they getting here? And my word, are you ever good at wrangling that PC? I'm amazed you use it so well. Maybe I'll give it my whirl myself, but it sure doesn't look easy. Whoops. Whoops. Oh, it did complete both of them. 5 bags of wildflower seeds. Wink. We'll get the big mirror too. I need to see. Someone's over here. Yes. Hi, Scyther. Swish. Huh? What's up? You need something from me? Sorry, but it'll have to wait. I gotta get my 100 swings in. Swoosh. What number was that? Oh, whatever. Time for a break. The sharp sides of his forearms become increasingly sharp by cutting through hard objects. Message from your Pokedex. Recipe for discovering lots of Pokemon. A storage box. Who else is in here? Oh, Oddish! Hi! We pulled him out of the ground. Ouch, 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 ow. Hey, that's not grass, you know. My aching head. Gosh, it really gave me a shock. Whenever I get some sleep, everyone always thinks my head is plain old grass. So, if you're ever plucking grass around here, just be a little gentle, pretty please. So cute. Oh, yes. Audium Wanderus. I'm aware of this. Me and my husband talk about Audium Wanderus all the time. Said to cover distances as far as 1,000 feet when night falls, walking on its 2 roots. Got any? What do you need, Scyther? I'm looking for some sturdy sticks. Any chance you got 2 of them? I hope. Figured cutting a couple sturdy sticks might help sharpen me up, you know? Please teach me cut. Please. Thanks, pal. Alright, time to cut loose. Watch closely. My gosh, bam! Ah, yeah, it's coming back to me. That move's called cut. Think you can learn it? We're too cute. Whoa, hey, nice job. You can use that move to chop stuff up that's in your way and clear a path. Not even logs stand a chance. Like you're having fun. Thanks, Odium Wanderus. Good luck with your wandering. Okay, I gotta go find Bulbasaur. I gotta give them some blocks. Oh, we got logs. Oh, we could have just held that to inhale. Check this out. Hello! You think they'll like it? Or should I maybe I should hand it to him. Oh, it doesn't want that. Oh, the mirror is for us! I should have known. Honestly, we'll put it right here. I need to tell Timber he doesn't need to follow me around everywhere. Let's split up. We done? Okay, bye. Is it true that Nada showed up here? I can't wait to play together. Oh my god, follow me. Come here. I got you, buddy. Let me introduce you. Look. Oh! Wow, Ditto amazing, so cool. I've got so much energy, I can follow you wherever. Okay, sounds good. Just follow me wherever. Yeah, this is gonna take me so long to clean up this island. Oh wait, can I move these? Wait. How do I do this? Clearly I cannot. Oh wait, maybe I can cut it though? Wait, can I get rid of this block now? Maybe? Oh, okay, no. Not yet. I was hoping. Yeah, this isn't doing nothing over here. Oh, these are bushes. Oh, cute. What will help? What will help, Scyther? Oh my gosh, guys, I'm sorry. I'm like so immersed. Keep holding my hand. Don't let go, Bulbasaur. It'll be worth it, trust me. Yeah, here you go. Here's the logs. Alright, you ready? This'll take me a while. What is he doing? I want to watch. Okay, this is my day. Maybe I should just let him. So this is Scyther and Oddish's home? Gotta find more homes. What's that? What are those blocks? What is this block? Oh, is this just wood? Oh, more lumber. Come on, Bulbasoon. He's gonna give Oddish a haircut. I know, he's gotta watch where he's swinging those things. Whoa. What's that? Ah! Careful, Bulbasaur. Wait, hold on. I gotta water this. There we go. Can we swim? Whoa, we're sinking! Oh! Okay. Blackout. Okay, we gotta be able to transform into another Pokemon. That makes sense. That does make sense. Oh, Bulbasaur, sorry. Let me get us out of here. Please tell me you can get out of here, Bulbasaur. Okay. Oh my god, I was about to panic. Just trapped Bulbasaur down there in the ocean. Want to move in here? Wow, is this my new home? Yeah, it is! This looks wonderful. I'm gonna move here. Okay, so if you bring them to a new plot, you can move them places. That's cool. I mean, this is a better... It's a little bit of a better house, right? Let's fancy it up. Hold on. Wait. Oh. We can plant some stuff. Pick on them tomorrow. I wonder how long the day-night cycles are. We got water. She doesn't know? Uh-oh. I have to go to bed to hope this game's everything you want it to be like it was for me. I'm genuinely having such a great time with it. I'm like lost in it. I'm sorry. I'm sure my commentary has been nothing because I'm so just happy and enjoying my time playing it. But yes, buddy, have a great sleep. It's real time. Oh boy. You know what? I don't mind that at all, truly. We can work with that. Oh, Charmander's just hanging out with all the flowers. Oh, they already grew! Wow. Okay, so then how do I... I'm able to pick this up? Oh no. Okay, so, well, hold on, I don't want to hurt Bulbasaur. There we go. Anything I can help with? I don't know. Come with me. Can multiple Pokemon follow you at once? Can you all follow me? Oh my god, it just keeps getting better. Come on, gang, we got places to go. Oh wait, Timber. Oh hey, I didn't even read this thing. Hold on. Hey, come here. I need your help. We gotta rebuild this Pokemon Center, yeah? Also, what does this say? Timber cannot read. He's just staring at this like, Yeah, I know what that says. The building is in ruins. Timber, can we do something? Come here. I like that a whole squad can follow you. Make some lumber. I don't know what to do with small logs. Scyther probably knows. Oh, okay. Okay. I thought that he would be able to build. Maybe if I give him lumber already made? It's for you. He's just gonna take it. He's like, thanks. Thanks a million, Ditto. Okay, well, damn it. I want to talk about Pokemon. I want to see more Pokemon. But patience is rewarded. Some Pokemon are rather shy, that's all. Of course, different Pokemon probably all prefer different environments. That's the sticking point. If only there was hints and habitats just lying around somewhere. Right, there are. I gotta clean this place up. What are these, just little shrubs? Oh wait, I forgot. How do I open my dang Pokedex? That's what I was trying to figure out before. Oh, I waved goodbye to them on accident. Oh, right, okay. So we go to Habitat Dex. Haven't discovered this. I need to make a bench. Oh, it just needs to have the bench next to it. Okay. Isn't there like a bench right here? There's some benches down there too. Can I chop the bench? There's probably a better way to do this than what I'm doing. What did Scyther end up doing with that log? Hi, get down from there. Oh. If you bring me with you, I can make stuff like trees and flowers grow. Wow. Sorry to keep you waiting. Small log and 5 pieces of lumber. Used to make tools and furniture or whatever, since you're making some. Oh, duh, the workbench. Ah, I see. I must go to the workbench. Can I move it? Oh, I can move it. Come here. Well, no, it'll stay here for now. It's okay. A storage box, a log table, and a log chair. So how do I learn? How do I learn how to make the bench? Oh, he's punching it with he's headbutting it. Oh, good for him. Boy, am I confused. Amber's home. Whoops. I should probably eat again, huh? This cobblestone path all broken. Oh, carrots give a lot, huh? Oh, Lab Wolf, thank you. That's very kind. I'm just gonna destroy this bench. Maybe something will come of it. I have a wooden fence. Oh, I didn't know I could take all that stuff. Oh my god, Drakabane, you're so smart. I picked this thing up by accident how many times? It's like... Wait, why can I pick it up now? Okay, how many times did I pick that up? And I'm like, how do I get the bench over here? Wait, I did destroy it and pick up the bench. Well, good, I want to put it back in here because this is where I wanted to go. I like it in here. Yeah. And it looks like he's the only one that could show up. Interesting. Now we wait. How does it work here? Because, like, the grass isn't gonna shake. Is the bench gonna shake? Whoops. Oh. What are we talking about? Oh, sorry. That feels so good. Cute. I ruined the conversation. Oh, man. Oh, he's sleeping. Okay, I'm gonna put these pinwheels right here. How does the snapping work? Oh, I see. Kind of. Yeah, I'm assuming the mouse controls are just really nice to be more precise, probably. Oh, stop it. So cute. Wow. Just taking a little snoozer. How do I get in the picture? Can I get in the picture? There's selfie mode on this thing. Oh, look who else in the picture. We're photobombing. The ditto expression. Stop it. It changes their expressions too. Timber, get off of his head. Timber, get out of the way. Wake up, buddy. No, I've still got room. I can keep eating, huh? I don't have anything to give you, actually. I get Hitmonchan to show up. I need to make it look nicer somehow. This wooden plate. Where can I put it? Up here? Can I put a berry on the plate? Oh, wow. I'm so good at decorating. When I get bigger, that means I'll be able to eat way more than I can now, yeah? I'm looking forward to that. Saya! 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 He screams at the end of what he's saying. Oh yeah, here's more logs. I don't know, I have like 9 of them. 45 pieces of lumber. Awesome. Looks like a pretty nice home. He just shows up. Hey, nice to meet you. My name is Ditto. Hup, hiya! Oh, hey, want to join me for some training? Actually, hold up. It's just about time for a break. Taking small, frequent breaks is the key to not wearing yourself out. We can train later, okay? It corners its foes with combo punches from both sides, then finishes them off with a single straight punch launched at over 300 miles per hour. Amazing. Wish I had some chips. Why did you say that? Got any stones on you? I want some to practice moves on, but not finding any that make the grade. Here you go. I got stones. They're in this bucket. I can't stop sneezing. Maybe it's a cold? Oh, I should get a fire over here too, huh? Hop hop! Hey! That was great practice. The move I just used is called Rock Smash. Oh, that makes sense. Now we're talking. Now we're talking. I can for sure break that. You should be able to smash the rocks and ground around here. Oh, yes. Oh my god. Whoa. Hold on, sorry, I didn't mean to do all that. Wow. Oh my god. Ah. Look. Everything's becoming green. Oh, this is just the best. Oh yeah. Oh, this is what we're talking about. It's so cute. Perfect for planting a tree flower or seed. Okay, I gotta go to that other brick. That other waterfall brick. Are his gloves part of his body or clothes? Yeah, they're flesh gloves. Let's not think about it too hard. Whoa. Wow. Oh, what was that? A rock? Can Squirtle come see this? I bet Squirtle would love this. Squirtle, do you want to see this waterfall? Oh, good evening. You're not sleepy, Ditto? So they're gonna tell me this the whole time, huh? Since it's nighttime, they're like, hey, why aren't you sleeping? Ditto, get in here. Or not Ditto, Squirtle. Squirtle, come here. Maybe I can push him. You think I can push him in here? Get in there. Oh, I pushed Timber. Yay, he can swim! Wow. I need to make his habitat right here. Perfect plan. Timber, go about your business. Oh. Hydrated tall grass habitat. Oh, Squirtle's a common, but there's a couple others. A common, a very rare. Common and a rare. Oh, I wonder what the very rare is. So, we're technically, so we are a ditto. We are not a human being. We are a ditto that is impersonating our trainer. All the lore that we understand so far has come from our friend Professor Tangrowth, who has said that humans have been gone for a very, very long time, and that Pokemon haven't really been around either. And so we've just barely gotten Pokemon to come back through me, kind of recreating some environments. So far, it's just been about trying to rehabilitate this place and figure out kind of what happened to everybody. Comfort level challenge. Okay. Is it safe to assume you agree that this area still isn't exactly a pleasant place to live? You could use that human-like dexterity of yours to help improve the Pokemon's comfort levels. I'd be very grateful. Bulbasaur seems to have a problem of some sort. Oh. God, what's it? I wish I had a nice place to sleep. Oh no. He's so tired. Hey, this game is really great.
Now, you always think this, everyone thinks this about when they get a new Pokemon game.
No,
You
no.
gotta rest on it.
Listen to me. Listen to me. The lore implications already make this game great, and
This is a
you would
non-canonical
really
game.
appreciate it.
This is a non-canonical game.
That doesn't matter.
Yes, it does.
No,
That's
no, stop fighting it. You would enjoy it, okay? What do you have to tell me right now? What is it?
Can they hear me from this
Yes.
far away? No, they can't.
Yes, they can.
Chat, can you hear me right now?
Yes, they can, because my mic changed.
Chat, speak up if you can hear me. I said talk.
Yeah, they can hear you.
Hey, St. Patrick's Day is on Saturday. You guys know that St. Patrick's Day is on Saturday?
Okay. Oh, sorry, he's talking to you guys, not
Is
me.
it not on Saturday? I was just told it was on Saturday.
Go on.
Go on. Okay, so Aaron invited us to something. I immediately told him.
Okay.
But I was trolling him, and I was like, all right, so I looked this up. Know what the snakes are?
No?
Non-Christians. So Saint Patrick is a ordained saint in both the Orthodox and the Catholic Church. One of the few saints who was ordained in the West pre-schism. by the way.
Really? So I always thought, because they say that there's no snakes in Ireland, but
They're celebrating on Saturday.
Oh,
That's
celebrating.
what
Okay, it's the party.
So listen
know
to this
anyone
guy,
that has a
Saint
party.
Patrick. So he goes over to convert Ireland. Spoiler alert, he was successful.
Okay.
So he goes over there, he gets captured and enslaved for like 6 years. Okay? He escapes captivity, leaves, goes back to his home, demands that they everyone's not Christian there yet.
Oh my gosh.
Goes back, and you know where he goes?
Where?
To the people who enslaved him. That's the first place he goes. He immediately converts them and then proceeds to convert the entire country. Is that wild? Gets enslaved and he's like, you know what?
Wow, that's some tenacity.
How about this? You're going to be a Christian.
Whenever Andy comes to stream, it's a lesson on religion now.
Dude,
Yeah.
He personally baptized
Pretty much.
like thousands. Like, just dunk and just
Okay.
In the Orthodox Church, you gotta hit him 3 times. Do you know how long that's gonna take?
That is a long time. Oh, someone's in the flowers? No one showed up in the flowers yet. Oh, who?
I go. Christ with me, Christ before me, Christ behind me, Christ in me. So is that a yes, Andy? No, I'm not good.
Oh, hey there. Was I being too loud? I can't help it. I just get the urge to cry around this time.
Dude, is that wild? Convert your previous enslavers? That's insane.
That
what,
is,
like, what?
I don't know.
What would you have to roll for that? Charisma?
You did. That's a nat 20. that might be a double 20 and a D100. I don't think that doesn't happen
Can I
too
do that
often.
in D&D if they're like, they take you hostage and I'm like, I convert them to Christianity?
Like D&D is pretty open-ended. I'm sure that you could do lots of things. Just depends on the person. Oh, Bulbasaur didn't like those blocks like that. He got mad.
Could you play D&D like that and just be like, I convert this person to Christianity?
It just depends on the DM.
Everyone in the game is just a Christian.
So
I
cute.
like them. Character ascends to sainthood.
Oh. Yeah. Let's see if she goes back to sleep. That's an awake baby. Hold on. I'll be back. I gotta get her back to sleep. I will be back.
Don't worry, guys. I'll be here to talk to you.
No, you.
About the Orthodox Church.
No.
So anyway, here I was. Was that an Ankylosaurus joke? Because Ankylosaurus is my favorite Pokemon. I wanted to talk about Pokemon, but Charlie thought I was just going to proselytize to the chat, which I am now that she's upstairs. But I'm gonna keep you guys entertained. Let's see. I have to like crouch down because her thing is so low. Oh, hello, little Oddish. No need to rush, no need to hurry, just no need to hooray, just have fun. This is like my niece Esme. That's exactly her personality. It wasn't, but now I wish it was. What do you think about that for a favorite Pokemon, or favorite dinosaur? How do you feel about that? Name audit. Oh, that's a good idea. Can you name them? How do you name them, guys? Want to move in here? Oh, they probably has to move in here. I don't know. You Naruto run on this game? It's a Lepa berry. Yamper escaped. No one caught it. Oh. You still haven't answered my question. Is that a good favorite dinosaur? Nice to see that some people have some culture around these parts. This feels dangerous. Take some pieces of lumber. I'm still working on... Oh, you put them up to jobs? That's kind of sick. Do you guys think this game is cool? Or because Charlie's kind of a simp for the Pokemon series, right? So every crappy thing they come out with, she's like, no, it's really good. You'll love it. And then I just don't, and I think it just sucks. Oh, that menu is like pretty similar to Animal Crossing, huh? Oh, it's my boy. Big dog. The lore implications are fantastic, and I dumped Nintendo when they announced the Switch 2. You're talking to another Pokemon simp, sleep with one eye open. Dude, I was a Pokemon simp for the longest time, but I just cannot with the shit. It's really big. I think I can smash it up. You just start punching, huh? Punch him up, daddy. That's what my friend's daughter says to him before he fights. Punch him up, daddy. A true simp never gives up like Brock's. Dude, the thing is, I just felt like I was disrespecting myself after a little bit with the Pokemon games. Like, if I keep buying this, I'm encouraging bad behavior, and then nothing happened because the Switch games are the best-selling games of all time. So I accomplished nothing. Can I drown her character? Doesn't look like you can. There's no drowning in this Pokemon game? Wow. Really low budget. Oh, I like the horsey thing. We tried already. Humans are apparently gone and have been for some time, and the MC is a ditto impersonating a human to recreate habitats and draw Pokemon back. So is like a nuclear war or something? Like, what happened? Of course you guys tried already. It's funny. I love Squirtle. This was my first Pokemon ever. I love this little fella. We don't know yet. Oh, so you're kind of uncovering it as you go through the game. That's fun. I saw, and I don't know if it was just like bait, but I saw, oh shit, that was cool. I saw that you can have a shiny protagonist. Is that real, or was that just some Twitter crap? I don't like these things. Do you guys like these things? Wait, why did you not like the Switch 2? Why were you hating on that? Because I feel like the Switch 2 is cool, actually. That's one of the cooler things Nintendo's done. Dude, Twitter's pretty bad. You're not wrong about that. I tell Charlie all the time, she's always like, look at this thing. I'm like, you're about to show me some like existential horror on Twitter about our politicians, and probably got to be a little PC on the stream about it, but like, just get off Twitter, babe. She gets baited on there all the time, though. A plesiosaur would eat an ankylosaurus, therefore it's cooler. Case closed. What the hell is it? Is that true? Plesiosaur. This thing's in the water. This thing's not going to eat an ankylosaurus. This thing's not going to... They are wrong, Andy. That thing's not eating an ankylosaurus. Ankylosaurus is a walking tank. It's a walking main tank. Oh, what do we got here? A little drinky drink? Don't mind if we do, chat. Oh, there's probably milk in there. Well, you win some, you lose some, chat. I like the update hardware parts, but the way they were moving with their content and basically forcing everyone to move to the Switch 2 despite upgrades not being as significant to require a whole new console. I work in a museum, I outrank all of you. So I haven't bought a Switch 2. No, nothing's wrong with milk. Milk is wrong for me. I actually really enjoyed drinking milk, but now it's just not a good idea. You know what's really interesting was Pokopia is here with a special guest. Andy, what can I say? Yeah, Charlie's trying to get our baby back to sleep. She's doing her other job other than being a streamer by being a human juice box that my daughter refuses to stop drinking from. Don't you also have that issue where some kind of foods taste like soup to you? No, everything tastes like freaking soap. It's the, what's it called? That green stuff in Mexican dishes. It's in ceviche. What is it called? What's that stuff called? Cilantro, there you go. No, but I was cutting weight for a fight one time, and it was a really extreme weight cut. I got really fat, and my coach was like, hey, you're fighting in 3 months. And I was like, okay, I weigh 295 pounds, and I have to fight at 205. That's not really an option. He's like, well, too bad I signed you up for the fight, so you have to do it. And I'm pretty professional the way I approach things. Like, if I say I'm going to do something, I have to do it, which also extends to my coach. And so in 3 months, I went from like 290 pounds to 205 pounds. Yeah, it was really, really bad. Like it is really bad. It's also amazing what you can accomplish. Now, keep in mind, I wasn't actually 205 pounds. Being 205 pounds in a fight means you cut to 205 pounds. So, I probably cut 15 pounds the day before the fight, so I probably started at like 220. So I probably went from 290 to 220, but overall I went from 290 to 205. Did you just not like drink water? I ate chicken. I'm in the middle of telling this story. Can you wait for one moment, please?
Yeah, it was really unhealthy because he just cut all of his water weight. This is fun to do this to you.
I ate chicken and rice. Oh yeah, we had just started dating, huh? You're small. I ate chicken and rice and broccoli for literally, confirm, every meal for 3 months.
Yeah, that's true.
That's all I did. It was bad.
Yeah,
And then when I came back after I had done that weight cut, we were at my aunt's house and I was eating milk and cookies. Do you remember the night? When I had the worst farts of all time and I thought I was dying.
When we found out you were lactose intolerant.
And I found out I was lactose intolerant. I think the severe weight loss like made me not like really sensitive to foods. I also think that I had like partial kidney failure. Remember I had to go to the hospital?
Yeah.
I was doing that like that Taekwondo event and I had to like get rushed into the emergency room.
It was horrible.
Anyway,
was horrible.
Don't do that. It's bad for you. But I did win the fight by...
Did you have fun?
No. I didn't know what I was doing. I was just running around talking shit. But I won the fight by...
You didn't even talk to Hitmonchan?
I did. He's punching him up.
He just punched him up.
I won the fight by tap out due to strikes. That's rare. That means I was punching him and he's like, no. Also, the guy that I beat up found out later on he got Casey... Oh, I shouldn't say his full name, I guess.
Don't say his name.
He got arrested for child...
No way.
On his computer, yeah.
Oh my god.
So I beat up a registered sex offender. How about that?
Oh, hell yeah.
We disagree on Pokemon, but agree on opinions with Twitter. Yeah, everyone needs water to actually work properly. Yeah, it turns out water is pretty important for your body. Love you too. Goodbye, chat. Bless you. No.
Oh, don't rip everything.
What?
Okay, just don't panic, okay?
What a wholesome story.
Why does he fill up so much space in my camera
I'm just holding.
when I sit down compared to him? That's so funny. Okay, let's see. Does it work? Oh, this is the mouse controls. Wait, no, I skipped it. I didn't mean to do that. Oh man, I didn't mean to do that. Oh, I thought Bulbasaur was about to jump in the water. I think you could do a tattoo. No, I don't think you could do a face tattoo.
I got a crap ton of lumber. Yeah, update her on the things that I did. I wasn't really paying attention. I did talk to some NPCs though.
I just drank too much water. Now it's all sloshy in my tummy. A straw bed, right. That's what I was gonna do. That's what I was doing. Pincer. I wonder. Do you think Pincer and Scyther will be friends, or do you think they'll want to fight each other? Also, what did he do? Is he just telling you guys about his fights? Nice. He was giving wrong opinions on dinosaurs. Oh, yeah, that sounds like something he would do. Every day is so fun. Such a good guy, that little Squirtle. Oh, this scene is on the wrong scene. Hold on. You've been listening to that music the whole time? Whoops. Andy was clicking buttons, I see. His favorite is Ankylosaurus. Nothing wrong about that. He does. He does love the Ankylosaurus. I can verify this. Okay. Just water it up some more. I wonder if we can get a more powerful water move later on. I love seeing them play with the frickin' blocks. Oh, his hay bed, right. I should make a few of these. I can make exactly 2. Okay. Where do I... If this is, Bulbasaur's house... Can't really put it there. I guess I could put it right here. And then I could give Squirtle one. This is all I got right now, but like later on... Oh, so cute. Oh yeah, Charmander. We gotta move the fire by his bed. Okay, so we can move... Wait, how do I pick this up? How do I do this? There we go. Oh, sorry. Oh, I'm sorry. Where'd the campfire go? Follow me. Hold on. He's like, oh my god, why would you do this? I'm gonna put it over here. Okay, and then And then I can ask him if he wants to live right here. Oh, good. Wait, why is he sad? Oh, is he just tired, maybe? Everyone's sighing. My home is definitely getting way nicer to live in. How's your comfort level? Everyone wants a bed. You know, that's understandable. Where'd Hitmonchan go? I want a toy. Okay, okay. Oh, sweet. Oh, there he is. Yeah, go ahead, Poke. Post away. My home, kind of, how do I put this? It's got room for improvement. What did you need? Wanna hit rocks above you? Just look up, pow! Buried rocks giving you trouble, look down, bam! Rocks in the middle and they go all ba-da-da-da. Smash up all the rocks, ditto. Yeah, you got it. He probably wants a bed too, huh? Oh. The way we climbed up there. How do I get rid of that one? Oh, good. Now you can use the mouse feature. Don't understand. Oh, I can use the mouse feature. Okay, hold on. This is gonna take some getting used to. Because you aim too. Okay, that actually is pretty nice. I'm not used to it yet. I'm spinning in circles. But that's nice to use when you need to, I guess. Oh. My other headcanon voice for Pokopia's Squirtle is 80s Michelangelo with a surfer dude accent. That is very Squirtle. He is a dude, we need some pizza, cowabunga type, huh? You took the day off? Play more Pokopia? Yeah, I gotta keep it real with you guys. This is not gonna be a stream only game. I will be playing this off stream sometimes. Hopefully we won't miss things. Like the majority of it is gonna be played on stream, but like there's some of this I just gotta play. You know what I'm saying? The need is too strong. It is. I must. Oh. Whoa. Security camera. Oh my gosh. For daily items? Security camera. What's the security camera for? Tantalizing dining set habitat hint. Campsite habitat hint. Urgent care. Oh, that's for sure Chansey. Large luggage carrier. That's so fun. Cast form weather charm. Packing tip. So this is a bigger bag. We should definitely buy that. And we'll get a security camera. I don't know why, I just feel like we should. You still see how certain Pokemon are doing or check if new Pokemon has appeared in habitat. Oh, so you can put it somewhere and then leave. A 3-leaf den kit? Oh. Humans used to put these up to build buildings. Construction is a complicated process. I'm not certain we could build something like that at all on our own. Oh, so we probably need timber or someone. Oh, Charmander's sleeping by the fire. Okay, where would I build it? Maybe I can build it over here somewhere. Jars of honey. Oh. You guys think it's pincer or bell sprout? Illuminated tall grass? When there's a light bulb, like electricity by it? Cute. Has Racing the new Ditto plush yet? No, I didn't get to show it to her yet, but I'm gonna show it to her tomorrow. Can't wait till I'm all grown up. I bet I'll grow into a pretty flower. What do you think? Will I bloom into a beautiful flower? Yeah, I just know that I will. Well, you're gonna bloom. It plants its feet deep underground to rehydrate itself. While doing so, it's unable to run away if it's attacked. Ingrained. True. Feel like you guys would be buddies. You guys should probably chat. Oops. Oddish probably can't come up here. Wow. Oh, lure! Kennan's diary. March 7th. Sunny. Today I played with Kenta in the park. Kenta says he's gonna move soon, but he'll come back when he's older. We promised to play in the park together again when we grew up. We got to play in the park. Someone's having trouble following you. Oh, my bad. A beautiful flower that screams at the top of its lungs. Yeah, it's certainly something. A beautiful, scary flower, perhaps. I don't think I built that correctly. Yeah, okay, that's what I thought. Timber would have to come over to help me build it. But I didn't put it correctly. I don't know what I'm able to do here. Can I... Oh my god, sorry. Sorry, Oddish. Maybe I can add to it this way. Sorry, Squirtle. You just eat it. Leaf Den. Make requests to start building it. Time to shine. Squirtle sleeping like how Teddy does. Oh, true. So cute. Whoever voiced James's victory bell, I had a glass of water out on her after all that screaming. Oh, Hope had a glass of water. Oh my gosh, yeah. That would be exhausting. For some reason, I feel like Oddish sounds like Kermit the Frog, and I can't figure out why my brain says that. I love it. Oh, Heracross also spawns over here. I love it. We can have all the bug boys. I don't know if improving the environment or like adding more grass or anything would help for rare Pokemon to show up. That would be very cool. Zero! Hey, thank you so much for the 8 months. How are you? Okay, he wants a little bed too. Do I need Oddish and Timber to build the house? Are they figuring out how to build it? Oh, sorry. I just love the way they walk around. He's like, see you later. You think he's working on it, you guys? Oh, they're just so cute. Pokemon Pokopia. Zero, this game, might just be my new obsession. I can't lie. I'm having so much fun. Yay! A wider selection of options and challenges. Yippee! Make your own house. I'm working on it. Wow! We got so many environmental cues. The tantalizing dining site. I wonder who comes from that. Campsite. Okay, I want urgent care because I'm assuming that that's Chansey. And perhaps some others. I just want all of these. What am I? Who am I kidding? I want all the environments. A large luggage carrier. Maybe that's like a mud stale? Or mud spray? Campsite. Oh, this could be like a Munchlax moment too. Berry Feast Campsite. Garden Terrace. Green beans. Oh my goodness. A set of 2 leaf huts? Oh, that's so cute. A tripod. Display what's in your bag at all times without having to open it. So handy. Oh my gosh. That's so nice. Oh, you can raise your max. Oh, that's good. Wow. This is crazy. What's down here? Hydrated flower bed. Oh, is this Elamai's? Good. So we need some more. Oops. Couple more flowers. Where am I? Oh, we got we got some leaves. We gotta plant more flowers over there. I swear that's not Volby. Oh, you're right. It could. I guess it could be either. Yeah. Oh, we got the bean pods. Put them over here. Is this Casa de Charlamanders? Well, it's a real work in progress. We just we just started working on it. I want to sprout these. Oh, look at this. What you got, pal? It's for you, a bean pod. Dang, that's awesome. Thanks a bunch, Ditto. Here's your bean. I hope you enjoy it. Hello. Look how pretty the night sky is. I could look at it forever. What'd you need again? Oh, he's telling us how to punch stuff. Didn't I smash them all up? They're all gone. I thought I did smash them all up. I smashed them up over here. Does this have any consequences? Oh, I guess I should eat the bean pod or something. Oh. Oh. Oh, I see. I didn't even think about the rocks on the ground. I knew you had it in you. Guess that officially makes you a rock smash champ. Arch tiling. So what else does he want? Need anything else? I gotta spruce up the place for him. He probably doesn't want a leaf hut, kid. Let me put this over here. Oh my god. Is she a Pokemon? Yes, I'm a Ditto. I'm a Ditto that looks like a person. I want to put a house right here. This looks like a good house spot. Yeah. That means a Ditto ate a person? No, no, no. So the lore so far, Zero, is that this is kind of like a post-apocalyptic time period. So we showed up, we opened up our Pokeball, and we had no one around us but this Professor Tangrowth. And he's like, oh my gosh, I haven't seen another Pokemon in a really, really long time. And then he proceeded to tell us that he also hasn't seen any humans in a really long time. He just says very, very, very long time. So who knows how long that is. And because we're a Ditto, we can kind of transform a little bit and use other things that Pokemon have. So we found a Squirtle who was just washed up, and he's like, it's so thirsty, it's so dry. And so we spit some water on him, and then we got Bulbasaur and so on and so forth. So now we're trying to rehabilitate this place and figure out what's going on at the same time. Like, what happened to all the people? How come all the Pokemon were gone? What's going on here? I think there's something at the top of this hill, but I can't climb up to see for myself. Climb up the stacks by placing terrain blocks. Oh, okay. Don't worry, I've got so many of these. Sure that I could do it. Whoops. Whoops. I'm struggling. Oh my gosh. Please. I can't see it. Can I? I am. Okay. No more hitting buttons. There we go. Oh, a dowsing machine. So we can find more items. That's cool. Talking to a Pokemon with search specialty while you're holding your dowsing machine. Okay. Oh, look at all these flowers up here. Elevated flower bed. Oh, because we're up high. We get, like, Butterfree? That would be really great. I'd be so glad to see one. Oh. Field of flowers. Do we get both habitats out of that then? No offense, Charlie, but you seem really passionate about Pokemon. It's a pleasure watching. Hey, thanks. I got nervous for a second. I'm like, oh no. They're catching on that I'm not talking. Sorry. I'm just having such a wonderful time. I have to remember to, like, think out loud. Oh, another lore book. Picnic tables? Oh, cute Gastrodon! Okay, we need a fishing pole. And a little seat. And we can get Gastrodon. Legit. Professor's Diary #1. My field survey on Cinnabar proved quite fruitful. I spoke with the Pokemon professors from other regions and gained a number of insights for my own research. Many folks were very concerned about possible effects and the recent weather disturbances may be having on Pokemon. On my way home, I found a young Tangela. He appeared injured and weak, so I used a potion to heal him. He seemed to take a liking to me and toddled along behind me. I wasn't sure what to do at first. I ended up bringing him home with me. Figured he might be a good playmate for my grandchild. This sounds like Professor Oak to me. Professor Oak and that his little grandchild is probably a little blue. Whoops. Oops. Oh. Get out of here. Cinnabar, so we're in Kanto right now. Yes, we are in Kanto right now. I'm actually pretty certain. I don't know for sure. I'd have to like see a larger scale of the map of where we are right now, but where the Pokemon Center is and the bricks, gosh, can I, oh, maybe if I do put it right here, sorry. If you didn't know this about me, I didn't ever really play Minecraft. So I'm kind of new to this type of game. Oh wait, hold on. I could probably get a better vantage point from up here. Wait, why didn't I think about that? Bloop, bloop, bloop. Yeah, okay, like where the pathway is and the Pokemon Center and this little building. The building did have a punching bag in it, so I don't know. And then there's the horsey statue over there, which makes me think that maybe this used to be... I don't know if I would say maybe it's like... It could have maybe been Vermilion? I don't know. What is that? Wait. What is up here? Grave offering? Oh, Litwick. One day in the far future, we will play modded Minecraft and it'll be glorious. Hey, I might take you up on that. We'll have to see. Here's a little offering. Do I need to bring Charmander up here? What is that? What's that noise? Hello? Are we serious? Oh, what a beautiful homage to the anime. Oh, it's going towards, what is that? Is that wait, is that Cycling Road? Oh my gosh, what the hell? Why am I crying? I'm such a baby. What's happening? Did you just drop a fireball? Is that a... Oh, what is that? Drifloon? Oh, hi, nice to meet you. Are you out for a stroll? I really like a nice stroll too. It'd be lots of fun if we traveled together, don't you think? Whatever you say, you creepy little balloon. Because of the way it floats aimlessly, an old folktale calls it a signpost for wandering spirits. Guess I don't have anywhere to live, huh? Feel real nice, like a chill home where I could just hang out, you know? I'll make you a house. I'll make you a house, Drifloon. Oh, it needs the updrafts. It needs 3 campfires. If I could live close to everyone, I bet then I'd never be lonely. Again, ditto. Good luck, Drifloon. Gotta figure out what the hell is going on. What is this? Oh, is that a rainbow feather? What? What does it do? Looks like it fell from Pokemon flying in the sky. Do you think you can recruit Ho-Oh later on? I didn't really... Do you think you can recruit legendary Pokemon later on? Road closure announcement. Cycling road will be closed on the... Oh, it is cycling road. On the 7th for inspection and repair from 10 p.m. until 4 a.m. on the following day. The road will not be accessible to the public during that time, so we recommend making your travel plans early. I gots to get over there. Whoops. What the heck? Can I do that? Can I just leave? You gain a lot more knowledge before... I want to go! I want to go! We can do more stuff later. Boulder shaded tall grass. Perfect for hide and seek. Oh, this is so cute. Oh. Cute. This is another shady tree one. So you can get Scizor too? Oh, yay. This boulder shaded grass. Good. One has a long bench. I don't know if Pokemon evolve in this game. I'm wondering if you just have to find them in their evolved states. Geodude, or maybe they can evolve? I don't know. This is Pallet Town. Oh. Pallet Town has a Poke Center? Land belongs to no one but you. You can freely alter the landscape, build houses, and otherwise customize it as you see fit. But please choose a name for the town. I can't change Pallet Town's name. It's the most perfect name ever for a town that you get to make completely your own. Yeah, we gotta keep it Pallet. Wow. Find more Pokemon. A ribbon cake? Is that how you get Sylveon? What? A Pokemon. I was hanging out with my friends, but then when I woke up, I was all by myself. I've looked everywhere around here, I really have, but I couldn't find any of them. Where'd everyone go? Oh, sounds like a job for me. You're gonna help me? Thanks. What are you looking for exactly? My friends, well, there was one who really liked fire and one that really liked water. Oh, one said they really loved electricity and they could never get enough sun. You have a lot of friends. A special challenge. If you complete it, you'll receive something you can use to make a new Pokemon habitat. Get me the Vaporeon. Bring her to me. My best friend. I don't really get what I was saying, but you think you could help me find my friends? I can give you even more details. Oh, good. I sure do miss them. Oh. Islands don't have a story to pursue, but they are vast and undeveloped, so you can build them as you see fit. You can also invite others to play via Link Play to help you develop an island. And you can all visit a dream island together. Whoa, look at that house! You can also bring Pokemon from other towns to Pallet Town. There are also some Pokemon who you can only find here. I wonder if that's the Eevees then. Oh, it's a lost and found. Hi, Eevee. I want to be able to make things just like you, Ditto. Here's a jar of honey. Or did I give you all of them? Oh, did I give you all? Oh, I only gave you one. Okay. It's like, that might have been an accident. Oh, never mind. We're fine. We're fine. I wonder what I need to get Vaporeon then. Oh, whoops. I should probably figure out the rest of what I'm doing first. Wait, what's that? It's like the big sand pit. Oh no, there's some stuff over here. What is this? Some seaweeds? Oh, you can eat it. This looks like stuff I'll need for Vaporeon, surely. Now that I know. But I wonder if I probably need to finish what's going on my island first to figure out how I can rebuild this Poke Center, is my guess. How do we restore PP though? We just gotta eat food. So the trees have food. Let's see. Do we have any? Yes. We got a little bit. Can Eevee come back with me? Oh wait, also, do I have Eevee in my Pokedex now? The Boundless Blue Beverage. Area, Pallet Town. Seat, table, and a soda float. How the hell do I make the soda float? Oh, I wonder if I have to... Oh no, they're gonna make me talk to Greedent, aren't they? A pretty flower bed is how you get Eevee. Vaporeon is a soda enjoyer. Unfortunately, as am I. Alright, Doodle, I think I want to stay around here a little longer. I guess I'll see you later. Oh. Okay, I'll see you later. reading always comes back to haunt you. Maybe this game will give him some charm, you know? Instead of me just being so mad that it exists because of how hard it beat me up in Sword and Shield. Hey, come here. Can you follow me? Hmm? Come here. Whee! Here we go. Oh, a door. Oh my gosh, Hitmonchan's been waiting the whole time. Hitmonchan's like, did you find anything? What's going on up there? Team Rocket Grunt's journal? Oh. I've decided to give this social media thing a whirl. Today's my first go at it. Why? To bring in new recruits for our organization. We may not be the heroes of the story as far as most people out there are concerned, but to be completely honest, we're kind of the villains. But if you forgot about all the rules and common sense and stuff, we live how we want to live. And I think that makes us a pretty fun organization. Since we don't have the best reputation, I can't really give out our name. But it's kind of hard to talk about it without a name, so let's go with Team R. Got it? So anyway, give me a yell if you're interested in being a member of Team R. Give him a yell, huh? Gotta get to Hitmonchan. He's just like, buddy, are you alive? Ditto, where did you go? I found so many things. I don't know what it does. Okay, I got you, I got you. We gotta go build a couple of campfires for our friend Drifloon. And then we'll talk to Tangrowth. What are the vibes? Are we Pokopia fans? Oh, boy are we. I am in it, brother. I am in it. I'm like, the possibilities are so open-ended. I'm so excited about what's going on right now. Like, all the different environments have different Pokemon that can be summoned when you make them. The Pokemon have different interactions with each other and they're just so charming. I'm actually excited to build and I usually am not. Like, to be honest, one of the reasons I never really played Minecraft is because I'm just not a super creative person. But the idea of like making better habitats for the Pokemon is like, yeah, I could do that. I could be inspired to do that, I think. And I love just learning about what the hell is going on. Okay, follow me, friend. I need you to light a fire. I do better when there's specific missions for sure, but I could see myself getting really lost in this game. Yay! Oh, it's just Drifloon. Okay. What do I do? Oh, there we go. I was like, how do I pick that up? I don't think I actually can. Ooh. Okay, now we can talk to him. I'm sure he's been waiting a long time. Oh, it's just you, Charlie. You sure startled me, popping up and talking out of the blue like that. Now, what was it? I could swear I just thought of something truly incredible. Oh, well, how can I help you if there's something you don't understand? Go right ahead and ask. I'm talking about living here. No, I don't need the info. What should I do? Have the Pokemon been requesting help from you at all? Pokemon asked you for help and you've forgotten the details. Try talking to them again. They might help you remember. Oh, okay, so we do have requests. These icons are so cute too. Build a leaf den. Try talking to Drifloon. Okay, well I think we did start that. I just need to I need to finish with the leaves. Oh, I guess I should tell Charmander who's dismissed, huh? Hey, buddy. Need one more leaf. Okay. Oh, and then they come over to help. It'll be done at 10:57 p.m. That's a weird amount of time. It's 10:41 right now. But okay. It's just like, was that 15 minutes? 16 minutes? Hey! Hi, what's up? Thanks for all the stuff you do to make every day so much fun. Oh, it's proof that you and me are BFFs. 3 bundles of vine rope and a picnic basket recipe. Oh, this is the best. Wonder who would enjoy a nice picnic basket. Oh, we gotta make a table, that's true. Okay, I need to continue. I don't think I've finished their stuff. I don't know why, but I feel like I've known you forever. You think there's a reason for that? Oh, it's their conversation. No way, I've been feeling the same. What kind of place did you live in before coming here? I used to live in a pond. It had lots of tall grass growing around it. Oh, there was a pond by the tall grass I lived in too. You know, maybe we were living pretty close to each other. I bet that's it. Did you used to see lots of human kids around too? I did. I'd see them fishing in the pond or playing with bug Pokemon in the tall grass. They were pretty noisy, but really lively and fun too. Where did all those humans go anyway? Good question. I really don't have a clue. Professor Tangrowth says they'll all come back someday, and when we do, I bet this whole area will become a lot more lively. I'm sure it will. I can't wait. Oh. Where's all the human kids? Where are they going? Bulba? How's your comfort level, buddy? Like this bed better than before. Oh, that's good. Good evening, Ditto. Just look at those beautiful stars. Oh, he wants a toy. Wait. Oh, I guess it needs to be in your house, huh? Hold on. I mean... Oh! Bellsprout did not like that I picked that up. Oh, where did it go? What? My pile of toy blocks gone missing. It's sorry, it's just over here. Thank you for the pile of toy blocks. Bellsprout's like, what the hell? Oh, good. Are they both happy about it then? You destroyed his life. He really was just in shock. Could not believe I had done that. I was sleepy already, but I slept so much yesterday. Oh, David, it's you. You wants a reef. A gotta go back over here. David was like, I slept so much, but I still want to take a nap. Seek habitats. Oh, we need one more habitat. Hold on, we need one more habitat. Hydrated flower bed. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Wait, we gotta bring Charmander up here. Oh, no humans, huh? Yeah, Drifloon. That's why I knew your weird little. He's like, no human children for me to steal. I noticed. Thanks for making me a home. I just want to take you somewhere special, as you know, my way of showing appreciation. But there aren't many humans around here, are there? Humans give me energy, you know. Human kids in particular give me lots. You freak. Without them, I don't know. I really just don't feel like doing anything at all. Yeah, I get that. No, I don't, actually. Wow, you're pretty, you know, gung-ho about things, aren't you? That perked me up a little bit. Thanks. You know, even if humans aren't around, I bet I could get a kick energy from, you know, dolls that humans were really attached to. Okay, you know what? We'll take it. Now that I think about it, I'm getting doll vibes from over that way. So yeah, maybe check it out. Drifloon, you can fly. I'm getting a real doll vibe from over here. Okay. Yeah, whatever you say, sussy little Drifloon. Funny. Some treasure. An Eevee doll. Oh, I don't want to give the Eevee doll to Drifloon. I want the Eevee doll for my own self. Damn, he was right about the doll vibes, though, huh? Drillbur! Soil around here's a little crumbly, huh? I feel like I'm giving him a Poindexter voice. Oh, hey, nice to meet you. Do you live around here? Don't really know a whole lot about this area, so you gotta show me the ropes, okay? I'm counting on you. Makes his way swiftly through the soil by putting both claws together and rotating at a high speed. Water basin? What in the heck should I do? Why is he talking like that? I'm getting better at using rototiller on the dirt here, but I'm still in a little bit of a pickle. By which I mean the soil around here is so dry that it just straight up crumbles when I try to till it. I see. If only there was someone who was the nicest person ever who could water the dry soil around here for me. This is literally exactly how kids talk. Like, so I work with kids as my day job. I work with an after-school program. We run an after-school program. And that's just the most child thing ever. I wish someone, the most wonderfulest person, could do this for me. I'd be so happy. I'd be so happy in my heart if you just could. And I'm like, alright, I'll do it. There is a waterfall. Okay, hold on. Oh, when we can't fit under somewhere, we're just ditto. That's so fun. Beautiful flower seeds. Yeah. Oh, it's so satisfying. Wow, thank you so much. I wonder how the Eevee emote would react to giving her the Eevee doll. That's exactly what I thought too. Oh, cute. Yes. Okay, how do I use this? I'm pretty good at this. After you till the soil to loosen up, you can grow veggie seeds in it. I wish I had a place to live. Where do you live? What do you need? I'd really love to live someplace like this, but... A fresh veggie field. Oh. You look like the type of Pokemon who could make it happen. I am the type of Pokemon that could make it happen. Okay, let's go let's bring you into the family. Would your daughter love this game too? Charlie, or is she too little to understand? She's too little to understand like the mechanics of the game, but she would be really happy to see the Pokemon. Bulbasaur is like her favorite, and she calls him Bulbasoon. She would be so happy about that. I needed to do that on soil. What kind of seeds are these? You want these? Punches me in the face. You want these? Okay, here you go. I'll grow them. Thanks, Hitmonchan. You want some? Ooh, this looks like a nice place, actually. Whoops. Wait, should I try and mouse controls this? I see my mouse is up here. How do I do this? Do I just need one mouse? Oh, wait, that actually makes a lot more sense. Hold on. Wait, what? Oh, wrong button. Oops. Jump out of this. Whoops, whoops. Oh, stop. She's your daughter, so I know she'll not only grow up to be as beautiful as her mama, but she's obsessed with Pokemon as well. Oh, thank you. She is already just the cutest freaking thing in the whole world. I'm not biased either. She is so cute. I want to get rid of all the blocks. Oh my god! I didn't mean to fall all the way down here. Do I have any food? Can I eat a honey? No, I have to use the honey. Can I eat this? Dang it. I need to get some real food. Dang, sliced him again. There's just a stick. Why is he sleeping like that? Why is he sleeping like... Who was that? Tim Tebow? Why is he taking a knee? There we go. Got a second, use your help. I may not look it, but the thing is, I love flowers. How they look, how they smell, all of it. Anytime I try to pick a snazzy looking flower, these sharp slices of mine just slice them to shreds. Yes. Yes, I'll bring you all sorts of flowers. Look, I'll even bring you this beautiful flower. I don't know if you really like these, but... we'll just try it anyway. And then I'll give you some other pretty flowers. I might need to... hold on, we gotta go. Oops. There we go. how she was saying Gengar's name so small. She speaks so well. Like, she's not even 2 yet, and she can talk to me in almost complete sentences now. It is crazy. Whoops. Oh, they're laughing. They can't see each other. She's vibes. I've only got nice stuff to say about Hitmonchan. We just vibe, you know? My god. You look at him looking from afar. He's like, yes, Scyther likes me. Where's your comfort level? Oh, he needs a little wreath as well. They look pretty focused. Better not disturb him. What's your comfort level? What's it, light? Dude, Scyther and Hitmonchan would be friends. Oh wait, I forgot the whole point and purpose of what I was doing over here. That's how we're gonna get our replay value. Me forgetting what I'm doing at all times. What? What's up? They're literally part of the Haymaker TCG back in the day. It makes total sense. Oh, I love that. They would be friends. Hitmonchan's like, you're a worthy foe, and Scyther's like, yeah, all your moves are ×4 ineffective against me. You better respect me a little bit. What? It's continuous punch. I love when our belly's all full. It's so Oops. Sorry, I'll just replace those ones, I guess. Okay, and this will be our little garden area. Whoops. Whoops. Oh, I can move while I don't know why I thought I wasn't able to do that in mouse mode. Oh, I don't have to be 1 square away from it. Whoops. Oh wait, no, it's all dry. Right. I should have done this on a wet landscape. That's okay. This won't take that long. With all the like barren badland stuff, I'm kind of surprised that there isn't like a trap inch. We're starving again. Can you mouse mode on the water? Oh, why did I not think of that either? That's so smart. This is pretty easy just using the controller because you move really slow. Oops. Okay. Oh, well, that's fine. We did till all this for a reason, I suppose. We'll just make it the whole. Oh. Hey. Rilbur, another common. Its area's pallet town, and a rare. Mouse mode is only for rock smash. Don't even think about using mouse mode for anything else. Do we have, and obviously we got all these bean sprouts. I guess I'll just plant all of them. I got one more row, right? In the bag. Oh, Hitmonchan's so proud of him. You smell kind of sweet, Ditto. Been munching on berries or something? What else did you need? Oh, right. Oh, look at him. He's just cheering him on. That's so cute. No. Okay, hold on. No, I see. Actually, you were not kidding. It is only for rock smash. Okay, let's go get Drillbur. I might finally get to play Ironmon properly. Oh, nice. It's done. There you are, Ditto. It's all done. Prepare to be amazed. Wow. It's beautiful. Oh, I can go in? Like, actually in? Oh, it's so cute. This is where I'll put my feather. Just kidding, I can't put it here. Maybe I can put a table down. Yes. And a nice little chair. Nope, I cannot put my feather there. Okay, well, can I put some of these on here? No, okay. I want to take the Eevee doll with me because I want to bring it back to Eevee. Oh, but that's so fun. That's a wrap. That's a blast. It's been a while since I got to build anything. Thanks, Ditto. You know what? A house isn't ready to live in just because it's all built. What should I do then? Gotta put some furniture in it. At least 3 pieces should do the trick. They can't all be the same. Oh. You know what? I should move that mirror. Whoops. Also, more leaves. More leaves. Plant some more. Whoops. Excellent. Okay. More vine rope. Okay, bring that over here. 2 more freaking leaves. Hello, hello. Hi, one moment, one moment. Take this to show what good friends we are for always being so nice. Thanks, little Bulba buddy. So we need Scyther. Okay, okay. Follow me. Okay, Bulbasaur's on the job. Gotta bring Timber and Scyther. Just wanted to talk to you. Hello. Needs a toy. Dude, I forgot. Did I destroy Hoot Hoot's house on accident? I hope not. I should probably make sure that everyone's good. No, Hoot Hoot lives in the flowers. That's right. That's right. Get your camera ready. A photo op is happening? Where? What? Oh. He's so happy. The punching past the sound barrier. Oh. You got the impact photo frame? Well, I don't know if I did that. It looks like quite a lot of not impact is happening. There we go. Now we got it. Awesome. Pictures of Pokemon taken during photo ops will be added to your highlight reel? Oh, yay. A bunch of stuff that's new to me around here. Maybe I'll go for a little walk and check it out. Come here. Come here, my friend. Oh! Oh, I see. Oh, I didn't do that before. It'll be ready in an hour. Oh my gosh. Okay, good to know. Wow. Oh yeah, they wanted some wreaths. Oh. Another candle. All right, we need a second candle for the grave, and then we need to bring Charmander up there. A log bed? Gotta get this. Now we can take them out instantly. Set it up so you can post your picture however you'd like. Yes. I like all these tools. It's great. Okay, we got all of those clues. I'm gonna put this nice log bed in my house. It's perfect. I wish I could set something on here. I bet I could put the Pokédoll, but I want to keep that in my pocket. Oh, the first aid kit. Yeah. I want to get Chansey. Oh, now you can live in this house. It just says empty house. So how do I claim it as my own house? let's check out how we do this real quick. We did do that. We did this. Wildflowers, please. Oh, we need one more batch of wildflowers. What are you doing? I think I got a knot in my vine somewhere. Sometimes I just feel like I gotta check in on him. Guys, are they playing tag? Are Hitmonchan and Charmander playing tag? Oh, that's so cute. Oh, glowing mushrooms. Hmm? The mushroom lamp. Okay, nice. I'll just place it here for a minute. I've got to be careful not to forget where my home is. Okay. I'm picking up like doll vibes. Is there more dolls? Okay. Well, I'm taking this with me. Sorry. I'll get you a different doll. Oh shoot! I forgot. You gotta come with me. Oh, I gotta get you home. Come here. You're gonna love all these bean pods. Yeah, maybe if Drifloon wasn't a little freak about it, I'd give him the doll. Wow. Here you go, buddy. Live amongst the beans. 3 pieces of furniture. Oh yeah, I did it. Okay, we did it. You don't give him the doll, you interact with it, and he takes you to an island that reminds him of the doll, but the doll stays where you put it. Oh, okay. Okay, we've gotta go back over here now. What is that? Oh, what? Good grief, I can't make heads or tails of this PC. Wait, why do I see Charlie? Hello? What? You can see me too? Fascinating. It seems this PC is somehow capable of communicating with the Pokedex you're carrying. I seem to have gotten the knack of this PC. Let's see what happens if I push... Seems like I shouldn't go pushing buttons willy-nilly. Anywho, I'll contact you again another time. You be careful out there. Oh, he's just great. A rustic door. Improving your quality of life has been added to your human records. Maintain a comfortable level of brightness and temperature in your house. Don't hold back when you want something. Decorate your home with your favorite furniture. Choose a place to live where it's easy to take walks. You can clear paths near your home. Keep these points in mind so you'll be loving your lifestyle. I believe it. Yes. An area gate. Please place your Pokedex over the gate panel. current trainer rank. Trainer rank? Whereabouts are you now? Looks like you're near the gate, right? As far as I can recall, the only folks who were able to get through there back in the day were humans known as professors or trainers. You look like a trainer yourself, you know. So you may be able to pass through there at some point. Oh, cool. I wonder where this other doll is. Or maybe it's just... hold on. Oh! What's over here? Or maybe this is the only doll. The heck is this? Lost human relics? Looks like canned food, but doesn't have to have anything inside it. Show it to Professor Tangrove. Okay. Oh, I should show him the rainbow feather too, huh? What do you got there? Appraise this. Let me take a gander. Oh, I've got it. That's a quick claw. Something humans use. I have no clue how to use it, but I suppose there must have been humans that like this sort of thing. It's rather small. It'd probably look interesting displayed in a frame. Oh, that's so cool. Decorative quick claw. Yes, there sure is. Wait, you can't appraise... What? No, I guess there's not. Wait, hold on. Can you look? Well, now I don't want to give this to you. Can you look at this? No, it's mine. Never mind. Okay, back to our friends over here for a minute. Whoops. A table, a chair, and the first aid kit. Okay, yes. Let's go make it. Awesome. Finish making your home? Congratulations! Did humans usually celebrate when they got a new house? We should too. Let's party! Woo! What to celebrate? How do we celebrate? Oh, I'm not really sure you're supposed to celebrate stuff. Professor Tangrowth might know. Yes. Come with me, Charmander. We will do this. Let me just first build this table. That's not a table. This table. And this chair. Okay. Oh, I need to make Venonat's habitat too. They wanted something to celebrate. I think that's a fine idea. It's simple. You just, now that I think about it, how does one celebrate exactly? No way, the professor doesn't even know? No, of course I do. How do I celebrate? What do a human do in this situation? I got it. You want to celebrate? You need food. Food? But we eat food like every day. No, that's not what I'm talking about. You need lots of food, like lots of different kinds too. And when you eat it all together, that's a celebration. Got it. You really know everything, Professor. But do you think there's enough different kinds of food around here? We got a wide variety of berries in my home. There are even some very rare berries in there that I've been saving for a special occasion. I dare say this qualifies as so go ahead and take them. It's quite the haul of berries to carry, but I'm sure you're up to the task, aren't you? This is a celebration for Ditto. They should stay here. I'll go grab the stuff. Aww. In that case, you can use a cloth. You'll find it on the floor of my home. What? Charmander's so freaking cute. Now, no need to rush. Haste makes waste. Whoa, whoa. Oh. He squished him. Oh, poor. I tripped. Goodness gracious, are you alright, Charmander? Do you smell something sweet? Oh no, the berries, they got all squashed. I'm sorry, so much for a big celebration. Don't worry about it. Charmander, could I see the cloth for a moment? This cloth sherbet's a big mess now. Let's do this over here and a little bit of that. There we go. Its shape looks like Ditto. Wow, the Ditto flag. Celebratory housewarming present from you to you from Charmander. Aww. Okay, I will. Gonna make the new iconic expression such as the Char's mad? I hope so. Where do we put it? We'll put it right. Oh, we put it on top of our house? Amazing. How are you and how are you enjoying Pokopia? I'm obsessed. I'm having so much fun. I just want to keep exploring. I want to go find all the different Pokemon. I'm just really having a great time. And I'm glad that this mouse mode exists. That's very nice. So your house is completed. No accidents along the way either. Compared to when I first met you, there are so many more Pokemon here. The plants are healthier. The whole place feels like it's returning to the way it was before. It's made me remember something amazing. It's about this broken down building here. Just wait till you hear what it was. It was a place where many humans and Pokemon used to gather and interact. In fact, I'm nearly certain this was a Pokemon Center. I bet it was. You already guessed that yourself? I suppose I should have expected as much. Do you mind if I ask a little favor of you? If you recall, to make the house of yours, you used a building kit, yes? If you're able to get your hands on another building kit like that before a Pokemon Center, do you fancy you could build a new one? Yeah. Might even prompt the humans to return. You'll need even more materials and Pokemon to help you, but based on what I know of you already, I'm quite confident you can do this. Wonderful. Oh, we got a main request. Oh, it's so cute. Look at our little... He's flexing. Environmental level. Okay. More new items. Mysterious goggles. Wearing these allows you to peek into someone's cloud island? What the heck is a cloud island? We'll just build it as we need to. Okay, cool. I could see this also being a game where I might change the time of the Switch occasionally. You know what I mean? This wasn't on a workbench. Wait, I messed it up. It's over here. Oh, this week's stamp card. Every Friday you can exchange the stamps. Wait, hold on. A stamp rally. After receiving a stamp card from the PC, you can add a stamp to a card once per day using the PC. Every Friday you can exchange the stamps you've collected for life coins. If you've collected rare stamps on your card, you get more life coins than usual. Stamp them at the Pokemon Center too, such as the Player's World or Cloud Island. Oh, it's a Squirtle stamp. How cool. Okay, we need... What are you guys doing over here? Do you have a moment? Oh, this path between the cliffs, and I'm really curious about where it leads to. I just wonder if you want to go check it out with me. It's not like I'm scared or anything, okay? I just thought I'd ask. Yeah, come here, buddy. Where's he headed? Wow, look at that. It's a big, huge beach. Feels so nice I'm here. I'm glad we made it. Look, over there's a cave. Looks way too scary though. I think I'll stay here. Ooh. Caves could have rare mushrooms growing in them. I'm still not going anywhere near that cave though. I will be going near the cave. More bundles of vine rub. Oh, it's another place like this. So I definitely need some sort of upgrade. Oh! Oh! Hello? Somebody? Hold on. I'll be right there. Give me just a moment. Oh, I need to eat. Shoot, I don't have any food. Probably shouldn't eat the glowing mushrooms. I'll be right back. I swear. Gotta eat some bean sprouts or something. Oh, they're not grown yet. Oh, here we go. Oh. Oh. There we go. I should probably keep some on me in the future. I keep forgetting to have food on my person. On my ditto. Go back over here. Hi, little Squirtle. He was trapped back here. Is anybody out there? Help is on the way. Oh. Oh, hey, bud. I'm real glad you found me. Sorry for the sudden request, but do you think you could help me out? Sure thing, bud. Sweet, I owe you one. It's kind of embarrassing, but I got myself stuck in here. Normally I could bore straight through a cave like this, no problem, be out of here in a flash. But I guess I overslept. My muscles still haven't woken up or something, because the walls and floor here are wicked hard. I was about to give up, if I'm being honest. But look at you, bud, you made it here. That means you can smash through walls and floor of this cave, yeah? Think you could bust up the front of this too and get me out of here? It rapidly bores through the ground at 50 miles per hour by squirming and twisting its massive, rugged body. We don't know where to find him. Specialties: crush and bulldoze. Oh. thought for sure you could do it. I always heard that you should try using your head when your muscles don't work, but I'm not so good at that. Like a headbutt? Good one. That was kind of funny. But if a headbutt could do the trick, I'd already be out. Oh, I got an idea. You know any really smart Pokemon? Could you ask them how to bust through the walls around here? He's like, since we're both not very smart. You know anyone? Oops. Oh my gosh. Mossy soil. Ooh. A smooth rock. Cool. Oh. Oh, it's a lore book. Unmasking the True Misty. Cool. Gym Leader Spotlight Misty. Misty, Gym Leader of the Cerulean City Gym, always has a packed schedule, but she kind of gave us a full day of time for a comprehensive interview. August special edition of Gym Leader Monthly will now be about Misty, the tomboyish mermaid. Don't miss the stunning photo shoot. It's sure to make a splash. Oh. Do we get Misty's haircut? Mermaid style? What? Yes. What? Of course. That's so cool. What? I love that. You can unlock more. I bet you could unlock like outfits and stuff too then. Oh. Hi. Hi, Charmander. I got a question for you. Gotta make a log table? Did you already put one out for me? Mm-hmm. Cute. Oh yeah, okay. Scyther needs some flowers. Whoops. The sensitivity. Like, okay, I know this is not a possibility, but this game would go so crazy on the computer. like mouse keyboard, I feel like would just suit this game so well. Like, and I do appreciate the mouse mode, but it's just so, it would just be so nice. Oh wait. I wasn't paying attention. What's up? It's so funny. I was talking about the doll. Is this not the doll that you need, sir? Or do I need to hand it to? I don't know what I need to do. He's not seeing this doll right now. Look at it. Come here, fella. Oh, there we go. It's so cute. I love it. He said a doll is all I need. Is... What do you... What do you mean? There's the doll's right here. I must need to hand it to him. I don't think that's the doll. Maybe not. He's like, I like it. It's not the one that... Uh-oh. Where'd it go? My Eevee doll's gone missing. Oh, that's a damn shame, huh? I don't know. That has to be the doll. I don't... Oh, whoops. Ooh, another tablet. Photo 2. Oh, cute. Minchino and Chinchino. Oh, a lamp? Can I... Ooh. A straw table? Oh, look how cute. This is its own little house too. What is this? A bookshelf? Carrying too much stuff? Oh, okay, true. Yeah, I gotta go put some stuff away before I keep exploring. What is this? Let me just... No! Oh my god. Why would I do that? Route 209 music CD. Oh, for the Rodom! Right, the DJ Rodom. Ooh. What's this? A surprise garden. I just got this weird feeling when I was out in the garden. Parasect was acting restless too, so I asked it to dig here. With that, Caroline smiled and showed us a mysterious fossil. Whoa. You learned the point here, Emo. Okay, well that seems... that seems like there's something down here. Dig it tunnel, dig it tunnel. Oh boy. Quick before the hyena come. I should eat some of this. Oh. Guys. Do you think I dug too far down? That emote pointed straight down, you know? I don't know how else I'm gonna get out of here. Oh. I can chuck. Ah. Oops. spit me out at? Is it even, if it even can spit me out somewhere? It just said fossil and then pointed down, and I just felt like I needed to take that immediately. Oh, sorry. This is our only bite of food. We better hope that we can get out of here. Uh-oh. Oh, shoot. Eat that. Oh, wait, I can eat this. Yay. Here we go. Now we can keep digging. Not punished yet. Yeah, 99% of Dittos stop punching right before they make the exit. So we have to continue. Really far back in here, huh? I'm so screwed. Please tell me this is an exit point. Oh no. Wait a minute. Is the others? Oh no, okay. We're still inside. This is quite far, is it not? Hold on. Oh shoot, on the map? Hold on the map, I'm like looking behind that thing. Wait, but hold on. When I'm facing this way, am I still? Oh my god, I dug all that way in the wrong direction. I should have checked my map first. Might as well take all of this gravel back with me. Yeah, aren't the icons so cute? I love them. Gimme ghoul. And look, it's Klingling. Bottom left, return home if you don't want to walk all that way. Oh, you're right. I forgot about the save me button. That is good. Oops. Take me back. Oh, thank goodness. We found no exit or hyenas. Yeah, we just went really, really far. Charlie's house? Wait, I can have someone in my house with me? There was 2 spots. You have a moment? Wondering what's beyond that wall of stone. I don't believe that wall was there when I was a young little thing. Whether it existed then or not, so much time has passed I don't remember at all what lies beyond it. Seeing what you're capable of now, I dare say you could break through the wall for me. If it's not too much trouble, could you please take me to the other side of the wall? I'm too preoccupied with anything else. Okay. Let's be off then. Okay, well I really need some food, so you might have to just wait a moment. Also, I should probably store some of this stuff. Oh, wait, add stack. Oh, okay, yeah, there we go. That's much nicer. My dowsing machine. Wait, what is this? Try putting some food inside and hungry Pokemon might stop by for a bite. Oh, cute. Okay. I will be going back there to figure out that fossil. I didn't eat anything. I had one berry. Hold on. I wonder how long these take to grow. Hi. Oh, he's like, I want to go hunt for treasure. Alright, that's good. They're just building away. Oh, that's almost done. They've got like 15 more minutes, I think. Ooh. A dock? Looks like a lighthouse. Would you look at that? This is what we waited on the other side, the vast sea itself. Now that I see it again, I do have some faint memories of gazing over the sea as a child. Hmm? What could this be? Covered in sand, but it certainly looks like a human-made building of some kind. I don't think this used to be here in the old days either. What's this boxy doohickey? Yo, where am I? What is this magic carp doing? Yo, where am I? Seaside tall grass. Oh, that's nice. Yeah, we'll get a little slow poke over here. Seaside tall grass. I wonder if we get side up this way too. Oh, probably not seaside. Probably more pondy. I'm just a humble little Magikarp, yo. Why is he talking like that? I suddenly just found myself here, flopping and splashing about. Can't remember anything before that. And you're... wait, don't tell me. You're Ditto, right? Yo, I'm so glad to meet you. I hope we can be friends. An underpowered, pathetic Pokemon. It may jump high on rare occasions, but never more than 7 feet. Ow. Don't say that out loud. I can teach you something awesome. Could you maybe help me with something? I'm kind of missing the place I used to live. Yo, is this what being homesick feels like? Anyway, basically I'd be super happy if you could make me a home kind of like this. Yo, Magikarp. I think I can do that for you. Oh yeah. You just need a chair. An ocean fishing habitat. Oh, that's you get Gastrodon too. And someone else that's rare. Flop. Is he teaching me Splash? Yeah, that's one of my best moves, yo. At least hopping on short ledges and things should be no problem for you now. Pretty much only good for short ledges and things, but it's still pretty cool, right? It's way cool. We can hop! Yay! Woohoo! Jump, a jump, a jump. Come here, friend. So, yo, even the scenery looks more like scenic when I'm with you. This gonna be my new home? Sure is, yo. Move on in, pal. He just has to flop. That's where you're gonna sleep? I mean, if that's where you want to sleep. Is this a letter? To my fishing fanatic big bro. How are you doing? I've been having a fun day fishing as always. By the way, have Pokemon started changing where they live? Recently I fished a Pokemon that I used to only see in different regions. Maybe you'll catch something rare when you are too. Possible that we can use the fishing pole? No, probably not. It's just a environment. Yeah. Ridge plank recipe. Very cool. Oh yeah, we gotta see what this is. Oh, we got a security camera. Ooh. Metal ladders. Was this a valve? Oh, very industrial. The little grates. Testing. 1, 2, 3. Hello, good morning, or maybe good evening. Is this really recording? Ah, whatever, I'll give it a go. Oh, the box spoke. Is this another PC? Excuse me, you there. Welcome to our hideout. You look like a real hero, and you know what? A real nice guy. But wait, whoever hears this might not be a guy. No, forget that last part. You're I mean, you have honest looking eyes. I'm certain you have a pure and worthy heart. Believe me. Believe you me, all of us have pure and worthy hearts too. After all, we're a business that uses, this is Team Rocket. I mean, we're an organization that works hard to improve the environment for the sake of Pokemon. And we're fun and independent. Ah, that look in your eyes tells me you want to join, right? Well, I can tell you've got a lot of potential. But if you really want to become a member of us, if you really want to become one of us, you have to overcome a difficult trial. We call it Team Initiation Challenge. Let's get you started with part 1. Okay. Put them in the delivery hatch. Don't worry, we're not going to eat them. They're for the Pokemon, of course. The Team Rocket music. One more thing. As you work your way through the Team Initiation Challenge, you'll get some quality gifts. We'll be waiting with bated breath. Make heads or tails what it was saying, but it sounded like a human voice. So it seems like all of the Pokemon don't really understand English, but we're pretty damn good at it as a Ditto. Still really curious about this building. It might even give us some clues about what happened to the humans. No use just standing here thinking about it. Do you mind stopping by from time to time to check on this building though, Charlie? Just once in a while would it be fine. Yeah. Oh, what is that? Wait, look at all that. You had something you wanted to ask me about? An Onyx stuck in a cave? I certainly hope there's something we can do to help. Let's get back and discuss with the others. Look at this. What is all that over there? So much stuff. Oh, it's flying. More bean seeds, thank goodness. Hello, Hoot Hoot. Oh, hi Ditto, what are you doing here? It's my house? What are you doing here? I think it was nice. Wants a toy. Aw. Hoot Hoot's so humble. Oh, right, the Venonat. The Venonat. Let's do this. You know what's something that kind of breaks my immersion? We all gave Ditto our name when Ditto's actually our Pokemon, and many times they talk about Ditto's trainer, which is us. Sounds weird hearing Overshot, you and your trainer. Well, in the very beginning though, the Tangrowth said, like, what was your trainer's name? Or no, it said, what did your trainer call you? And then, we tell them that, and he goes, oh, I'll go ahead and call you that same nickname. So, I guess unless you're saying that... I'm a little confused, because it definitely said, what did your trainer call you? So this would be the nickname you would give your Ditto. I just happen to use my name though. Can I plant these? Oh wait, I gotta make the, no, I made the light already, did I not? Oh, I did, here it is. Here we go. Are we the Ditto or the trainer? We're the Ditto, but Tangrowth says, he says, what did your trainer used to call you? And then I said Charlie, because that's what I want to be called as the protagonist, even though I am a Ditto. And he said, okay, I'm gonna call you Charlie then too. We get a common Venonat at nighttime and a rare at nighttime. Ooh. Who could it be? Now we wait. Oh. Did you know? What? Oh, Ditto. Did you know how to play jump rope? To play jump rope, I spin my vines round and round. And everyone jumps up and down and tries not to trip on them. It's really fun. What? Is this true? We can play jump rope? Stop it. Oh, I don't want to disappoint him. Oh, damn it. He's like, wow, you're really bad at jump rope. We did one. Wow, you jumped one time. Yeah. No, let's stop. Oh my god. No, please, I would like to jump rope again. You chud. Don't say this. I got my buttons mixed up. Oh shit. It slows down right there, okay? Oh my god. It feels weird to me having a trainer, or used to have a trainer, and the Ditto tests the form of the trainer, so arguably he can take any form he wants since it's not us. I don't know if that makes sense. Yeah, I see what you're saying. But he's a Ditto. Like, at the core of his nature, he likes to emulate things. And he was our Pokemon, so he's like, I want to be them. We did it. Our new personal best. Wow, that's the most you've ever managed to jump. It's 4 jumps. Want to play again? Oh, he just loves jump rope. Yo, who could deny him? Who could deny him? What? Okay, what happened? I had a rhythm. Oh my god. You jumped 3 times, way to go. Are you so for real right now? You know what, let's stop for now, how about? Well, I hope that you really enjoyed jump roping with me. Almost done. Are there any Pokemon around here? At least Bulbasaur is supportive. He really is. What a great little guy. Let's see how he's helping the house. He's using his vines. He's wrapping up the logs. $12:09. We will be done in 8 minutes. Someone's here. Yay! Such a pretty light. Oh, hello there. Nice to meet you. Are you drawn to this light too? I bet we have so much in common. Have you ever wondered what we're so drawn to shiny things like this? It's so weird, isn't it? You're a little freak. I love you. Its large eyes act as a radar. In a bright place, you can say that they are clusters of many tiny eyes. Venonat's so great. One of these days, I'd love to visit places that are even farther away. Do you want to come with? I can show you one. They want a bed. Got so many beds to build. We need to rescue Onyx. Oh, true. Could you please gather here for a moment? What's up, Professor? Seems that Onyx is trapped in a cave. What, we called the baby brigade to help us? We didn't call Hitmonchan? I feel like Hitmonchan might be a little better suited for this than these 3 children. All the walls of said cave are so hard, even Charlie can't break through them. Does anyone have any great brainstorms about what we can do to help? If we're dealing with super solid ground, we could try spraying it with some water. Maybe that would make it all squishy and soft. But it's so tough that Onyx can't deal with them. Imagine taking more than water. Why don't we just wait for it to rain? Rain, you say? Suppose you wouldn't know, but it doesn't really rain around these parts. What? How come? I couldn't tell you why, but the last time I saw any rainfall was when I was just a sprout. Back when there were still humans around here. Haven't seen so much as a drop since. Oh, for real? That's fine by me. No rain, no pain. Hold on, what do you mean no rain? We need rain. Sure, a little rain would not only help Onyx, it might cheer up the other Pokemon here as well. Let's make it rain. We need a rain setter. Anyone know a Ludicolo or a Pelipper by chance? What does rain bring to mind? We need a Slowpoke. Okay. Maybe we find a Slowpoke and bring him here? Slowpoke likes sleeping in tall grass near the sea. Oh yeah, right back there. Okay. Yeah, I'll go get him. Hasn't rained in decades, yes. The environment has just been in shambles over here. Okay, we're gonna go get Slowpoke. When I think of a rain setter, I don't usually think Slowpoke, but it's okay. Who's just sleeping with Magikarp? It's cute. I wonder if Magikarp would like some of these. No, probably not, because they're not like an actual object. I'll give you a little lamp for your house. Now we just gotta wait for a Slowpoke to spawn. Oh, goodbye, Hoot Hoot. Look at it. It's flying home. This is where Pokemon go when their trainers grow up and stop believing in them. Stop. Stop that right now. Come on, Slowpoke, where are you? Just the saddest. Just so sad. Oh wait, I can set up the camera. Right? Well, that's actually not very helpful. Hold on. Maybe I can set it up right here? Oh, I can move it. There we go. Okay, and then, right, if I go to my camera, I can go to security cameras. Nice. Alright. I'll just check back on that in a minute. Fill this water so Pokemon can do some watering for you? Oh, that's what that's for? How cool. We'll put this... Oh wait, no, that would probably be better I don't know what it'd be better for. Maybe the fruits? Or the fruits, they're just beans. A great photo op is happening? What photo op is happening? Oh. Sleeping by the fire. What a cozy guy. Toasty warm. I love that they added the little picture photo ops. It's so cute. The leaf hut's finished. Go see it. All right, Timber. Oh, it's so cute. Wow, lots of room in here. A little storage box. And the mirror. And one of these candles for now. Oh, the candles. Oh my god, I gotta... So much to do. Wait, I need Charmander. Come here, friend. I like that they all taught me to do stuff, except Charmander. Charmander's like, I'm not teaching you how to breathe fire. Sorry. Come here, buddy. Yay! The Grave Offering said Litwick can spawn here? Cool. A Pokemon with a search specialty. Oh wait, I should probably... Oh, I'm gonna take some of these. I need to give him to Scyther. Or do I just need to plant them? Oh my goodness. There we go. Oh, he wanted the wreath. Don't I have one? I could have sworn that I made a wreath. Did I put it in here? Oh, I did. Wow, that's crazy. I gotta get Hitmonchan like a proper bed. Oh, where can I put this on the tree? I can't really put this anywhere. Oh wait, can I put it right here? Ta-da! You're welcome. And pretty wildflowers? Oh wait. I did need to actually hand them to him. Am I blind? What? Is that better? Did that work? When I want to spend time alone, I head to the skies. Feel totally refreshed after flying around. What the heck? Did he work? Did he? I did bring him wildflowers. I'm so confused. I'll worry about that one later. Oh, let's check our camera. Oh, Magikarp. Magikarp isn't really swimming very much. What's on the trail cam? Yeah, we're looking out for a slowpoke right now. I don't see anything. We need a bed. He's got to get a bed. This is ridiculous. Oh wait, the table. Right, for Chansey. Well, I actually don't know that it's Chansey, but a med kit, I mean, like, who else could that possibly be other than Chansey? I think we need a chair as well. I love that I can just bring Charmander with me, just waste his time. Oh, there it is. Yay! The urgent care habitat. I keep waiting. I'm gonna pull one of those leaves. It's gonna be oddish. Whoops. Oh, the mug. Cute. Oh, the rebuilding kit. I never bought this. Whoops. Oh, good night. Oh my god, it's bees. See you later. The workbench recipe. Got our bean sprouts. We're giving this bed to Hitmonchan. I just can't keep seeing him sleep like this. It's just not right. Hello, wake up. Oh, right, he wanted a light. I got a light. Oh. Oh, I should put something here. Nah, oh, I can't. I gotta put food there. That's true. Yay. Got even more stuff? Wow. Dude, this gameplay loop is so addicting. Oh, and even bigger houses. Art? I know, I can't stop playing, actually. I'm having so much fun. I can't wait until I can, like, really build. Community box recipe. House partition. Loading in the shade habitat. Oh, that's nice. That's for sure Psyduck, right? That's as Psyduck as it gets. Berry feast. I think I'm gonna go to bed. Have a great night, Pokesaurus. Oh. A lot of stuff there. The garden terrace. Oh, cute. Oh, we need electricity for that lamp. Very nice, though. Okay, so what do we need? Charmander? Oh, we need to get the others. Still need more leaves. How am I always short on leaves? Oh my gosh. Can I? There we go. Okay, then we just need Scyther and Onyx and the rest of these fellas. Oh wait, we need to rain first to get Onyx, so gotta check on this again. Magikarp, you see anyone out there? You see any slowpokes? I wonder if there's... Do I need to add anything to increase odds? Like, what do I do? Ocean fishing spot. Seaside tall grass. Needs 4 and 2 water. Well, we got plenty of that. Oh my gosh, Venonat and Hoot Hoot are playing tag. It's so cute. I'm gonna live here. Whoa, hold on. I'm coming, Litwick. Like he's just exclaiming it from the top of the hill. It's like, whoa, this is the coolest house I've ever seen. Heck, is someone there? Queen? Whoa. Don't you look cute as a blossom? The gorgeous field of flowers. Am I right in thinking you are the one who grew these? There's nothing I love more than sweet, sweet nectar found in flowers, so I'm pleased as pollen. Though I admit I also have a fondness for adorable, dutiful little charmers like you. Whoa, Vespa Quinn, relax. Is there a Vespa King in the picture? It houses colony and cells in its body and releases various pheromones to make those grubs do its bidding. Won't you help? Oh, she's singing. Do you have a moment? Have you ever spotted flowers that seem to sparkle? If you see such a sparkle, do take a closer look. You might stumble upon some sweet honey. I literally have so much honey. Please, take it. You did it. I'm quite pleased. Here's your present as promised. Which would you like? Pop art bed, glossy awning, or the antique bed? Oh my, the guest room bed. What? Glossy awning? Oh, I want the awning. Wow. That's so awesome. Here, take more honey. Oh, what is that? Pop art bed? It looks like a very mod bed. Hey, Litwick. Who are you? Are you lost? You're not? You say you're actually the one looking? Oh, so all the humans have gotten lost, huh? Okay, I can help you look for them. I'm sure they're feeling lonely. Someone needs to find them and guide them on their way. These ghost Pokemon, man. While shining a light and pretending to be a guide, it leeches off the life force of any who follow. Yeah, I've got a balloon that would be best friends with you. I don't know this area super well, so tell me about it when you get a chance, please, pretty please. You want a toy? Do I got a toy? I really have a toy. I got a mod bed. Would you like that? I'm not giving you the Eevee doll though, sorry. I do want to see... Whee! Oh, you just splat. Cute. I want to go back over to Cycling Road for a minute. See what we can figure out over here. The ghosts just want to be friends. It's not their fault. Yeah, well, I understand. They're just a product of what has happened to them. So is this Kanto? Yes. Definitely is Kanto. We've got Team Rocket, the professor that Tangrowth keeps talking about. I'm 99% sure is Professor Oak because he talks about his grandchild. We're definitely in, I think, well, this is Pallet Town. That's Cycling Road. And I think the place that we're in is either, I don't know if it's Fuchsia or if it's Vermilion City. I'm not entirely sure. I'm pretty sure it's Vermilion. Good evening, Ditto. Just look at those beautiful stars. Okay, look at this. Can't show him the well, I can place it over here. Hold on. I'm sure Evie would like it. Evie. Wait. Wait, Evie, did you notice it? Wait, Evie. Evie, look at this. I'll put it over here. Their little strut. They hopped right on his head. They didn't care at all. Oh boy. Let's Oh, we can't check the security camera over here because we're not over there. That makes sense. Thanks, Overshot. It's... I feel like it takes up way too much space in my brain. I'm like, this probably could have been more important stuff to remember than all this Pokemon stuff. But boy, do I enjoy it. The cool thing about Pokemon 2, where there's so much information and there is so much lore, is I feel like I'm learning stuff all the time too. Especially in this game, like, I can't tell you how exciting it is to just find lore books of... I don't know, I love it. It's just cool. I wonder... we gotta do something to, like, trigger it to come over. Or if maybe it's just a slow poke, so it's just gonna be slow no matter what. I know I didn't get you this bed for you to kneel on it like that. That's so crazy. Whoa! Hitmonlee? You're not Chansey. Okay, hold on. Hitmonlee. Hiya! Oh my, he's kicked me in the head. Oh, you alright there? Sure, I'm sorry if I startled you. I'm always practicing my kicks every chance I get. Watch yourself when walking through this area. Low kick, yeah! High kick, yeah! Yeah, indeed, my kicks are snappy again today. I love him. Has complete control over the ligaments in its legs, expanding and contracting them to double the reach of its kicks. That's so crazy. I did Pilates today, and I do not have control of all the ligaments of my legs. I wish I was Hitmonlee. For stone tiling. Okay, I'm sorry. I'm going to take all of your stuff. You're moving in. Come here. I'm moving you in. Where'd our medkit go? Okay, there we go. The medkit's a toy. Come here, buddy. Playing with Hitmonlee is so much fun. Come here, buddy. I got someone I want you to meet. I suppose it'd be rude of me not to live here. Yeah, go right ahead. Move on in. checking everything out. I was like, nice, we got a lamp. You bring his nemesis to him while he slumbers. What do you mean? These are training partners. They're buds. Sorry, just woke up. I made your home a little nicer. I want them to interact. Hitmonchan's like, what is he doing here? He said, don't piss me off. Yay. What? Drillbur likes it too. Cute. Oh, he's like, I gotta go work out. You fell asleep on top of the med kit? Why did you do? There's a perfectly fine bed right here. Even Hitmonchan was confused. I feel pretty lucky to have a friend like Drillbur. Cute. This is just great. Oh. Did Drillbur just hit the bag? Oh my god. Go get it, little bud. Smack it again. I love how supportive Hitmonchan is. It's so cute. I'm almost feeling a lot nicer lately. Oh, you want one of those too? Everyone loves these. These Reeves. They're wreath, not Reeve. What are they doing? Playing tag? Cutie pies. Imagine if they gave Hitmonchan, Hitmonlee, and Hitmontop all Mega Evolutions had they been included in ZA. That would be fun. I would love to see what they would look like as Megas. What was I doing? Oh, right, I was gonna check the security camera. Magikarp, any news? Any information? He's like, sorry boss, nothing here. Okay. Hopefully something will come of this. I mean, it is just grass by the ocean. Maybe I could try some over here too? Is that even allowed? Oops. Oh, I need to power up leafage to be able to do that. Wait, isn't this easier if I just do this? Okay. Whoa, whoops. Use me. Oh, this probably doesn't count, actually. It's gotta be like right by the ocean. Because it needs 2 ocean blocks. Right. I wonder if this will count. Maybe it's up too high for it to count. I mean, there's only one way to find out. Yeah, it's just a tall grass habitat, so we need to destroy... Whoa. Wait, whoops. Oh, man. No, we can still make this work. Hold on. We can still make this work. Because that's all we need. There we go. We got another ocean habitat. There's a cloud. There's a cloud shadow on the ground. Okay, now we just need our other security camera. Yeah. Oops, there we go. Now we're in business. Nice, he's gonna kick it. Oh, so good. Okay, what the heck was I doing again? Oh, right. Now I can check both security cameras. We just need some nice vigilance. Surely Slowpoke will appear. Just looking around here, super fun. So cute. This wants a nice big bed. I don't remember where oh yeah, Timber lives by this rock. I mean, I could probably just like put a bed right here, yeah? You can have this bed for now. Oh my god, it's so cute. Is there swallows on it? Aww. Oh. Love all these friends, man. It's just so cute. What's Oddish asking about over here? Like one stone. Okay, here you go. Thank you so much. Wow, that was really nice. Thank you, Audium Wondrous. Gotta inspect this. Oh, whoops. Oh. There we go. Yeah, this is the thing right now that I'm struggling with. I could just keep playing this until it was a really bad idea for me to continue playing it because it's getting so late. But I just look at it. Look at how cute it is. Ooh, just on this little perch. I can't stop. Hello, hello. Hi, Bulbasaur. Nothing makes me happier than you wanting to talk to me. To show you what good friends we are for you always being so nice. You got me a log. Thanks. Security camera 2 spot a new Pokemon. Oh, we gotta go. We gotta go. You've got to see who that is. Oops. Faz moment. Yeah, except for I'm really excited to see what's on the camera. Come on, Slowpoke. Yay! Oh, hey scientists. How's it going? Hey, Char, I miss you so much. Not because you haven't been streaming enough. Rather, I've been working too much, sending the good vibes your way from the lab. Hey, thank you so much.
Hey,
Thank you for
Char,
the 82
I miss
months.
you so much, but not because you haven't been streaming enough. Rather, I've been
wait.
working too much. Q sending the good vibes your way from the lab.
I know. I always read the text to speech because I forget because it takes so long to read it itself. But thank you so much for the 82 months. I hope that you're doing great. Slowpoke said, do I know you? Whoa, are we friends, maybe? Maybe not. Well, it's nice to meet you. Come with me, Slowpoke. It's incredibly slow and dopey. It takes 5 seconds for it to feel pain when under attack. Hello, what's up? Come with me. Where are we going? I have the power to make it rain? Cool. But hold on, the ground's really bumpy around here, right? It's hard to walk. I think I'm gonna get all, you know, tired out before we even make it to the professor. What? For wooden steps, okay. If you could, you know, clear up the path and make it easier to walk on, that'd be great. Cause I want to get to the professor. You make paths smoother over cracked ground and placing steps on hills. You can encourage Pokemon to travel further from their homes. When Pokemon go for a walk, they can visit buildings such as Pokemon centers or the Pokemon's homes. Okay, cool. Okay, so I can... Hold on. Whoops. Hey, come on, Slowpoke. Did you fall down there? Sure is, come on. Oh, he is slow. Okay, we gotta go up here. And then up here. Kinda hard to walk here. Now, come on, you're fine. Look, it's just right over here. Phew, I'm tired. You went up only one stairs. I think I need a break. If you place steps where the terrain is different heights, Pokemon will be able to walk more easily. What? Okay, Oh, I see. This is all cracks too. Okay. So I need to make this whole pathway. He literally turned around. That's what I'm saying. If I make it just so he can stay on the nice path. Oh my gosh, this is quite the task. Oh, we're hungry. Oh, but how do I... This isn't cracked necessarily. But something tells me he's not going to want to walk on it, so... Do I even need to be doing all this? Could I just make him walk the other way? I feel like it would probably be easier. Wait, why did I do all that? He doesn't even need the stairs. He could just walk this way. Oh my gosh, I don't know why I didn't think like this. Oops. Can he walk on the sand? Oh. Don't want him to walk on the cracked ground. Literally, where is he going? No, he insists on the stairs, huh? Come on, fella. Oh, brother. What? Look at these kind of hard. Don't walk there. Don't get off the path. Oh, I see. I see how this is gonna go. Uh-oh. We're missing stairs here. But if I take them from right here... You, I'm tired. Yeah, I bet. And then I just need all these up. You're not gonna be able to do this because you can't go down the stairs though. Come on, my friend. Let's keep moving. What? What? This is tidy. What are you talking about? We walk up the stairs. And up the stairs and up the stairs. And then we just gotta go down here. Gotta hold his hand or something. That's what I'm thinking. I'm like, how do I do this? I also need to make sure he doesn't fall right here, so maybe I can block this off a little bit. Okay. Come here, friend. Maybe I need to push him back onto the path, and then... Oh my god, he does not get pushed. Come on. Let's... Yeah, well, you went off the path, friend. Slowpoke, please. There we go. Hold on. If we make... Stop it! Turn around. Oh my god. Okay, well, I guess I better make this nice to walk on too, because he's gonna accidentally do that a bunch of times, apparently. Trust me, I am understanding of what's going on. Here. I like that Oddish is just with us. I really needed this emotional support here. 7 heckin' years. 7 years, Lopar? Goodness, thank you so much. It's so good to see you. I hope you're doing well.
7 heckin' years.
You think he'll be able to do this? I'm having serious doubts. Keep it coming, fella. Actually, he doesn't need stairs to go down, right? Oh, shoot. Here we go, here we go. Hold on, hold on. Okay, maybe it's good that he's going so slow. Oh. Hold on, hold on. Oh my gosh. Oh, phew, mine's tired. Why did you get up there? What business do you have going up there for? That's so ridiculous. He's like, I climbed up here for no reason. Oh, it really wore me out. How badly I wish that I could shoot this in a different shape. Let's just make sure. Oops. See that? Oh. He ate the berry. Is there more berries around, you guys? Use a bag of chips. Oh, the beans. Sweet. Wait, I need stairs. Right. I'm just being so lazy about this. I just want him to get over here. Okay, come on. What do you mean you think you've had a break this whole time? Slowpoke, where are you going? Come on, friend. It'd be so funny if we get to the end of Slowpoke's like, oh, let me use Rain Dance to make it easier next time. Oh my god. Are you Slowpoke, stay on the path. Stop this. Pissing me off. But you actually care instead. I did care. This path's all done. We're literally, where was he going? What the fuck was that? Who is that? Oh, it's Ho-Oh again. Hi, Ho-Oh. Good to see you again. Oh, can you grant my wish that Slowpoke would maybe be a little bit faster? Oh, wait, should I be taking a freaking picture of that? Like, what am I doing? Oh, wait. Oh. I think that feather fell on top of there that time. Slowpoke is perfect. No, not abide by this slander. Slowpoke is just really taking his time and not really following directions very good. I'm trying my best to get him over here. He's just a tired guy. Come on, my friend. We're so close. Oh, look. Oh my god, they're fighting! Stop. Wait, don't stop. Wait, hold on. Again. Wow! Yeah! Martial arts training montage? That's so cool. You're trying your best, but he's already the best. Hi, I'm here now. It's a Slowpoke, thank you for coming. Yeah? What can I say? I built the way. As for why I've asked you here, it's because an old human legend that rain falls when a Slowpoke yawns. At least that's what I heard. Whoa, is that true? Awesome. I don't know. Is it true? To cut to the chase, Slowpoke, could you please yawn for us? I'm really sleepy right now. Oh, right. Suppose you could just try for us, please? It'd be such a huge help. Okay, I'll give it a shot. Growth, where did you hear that? Bulbasaur, it's not raining. So close, that yawn was 70 points. 70 points, what are you talking about? That just wasn't a serious yawn at all, it was a mere 70-point yawn. For it to actually start rating, we need Slowpoke to give a full 100-point yawn, probably. Probably. Oh, wow, really? Are you just making stuff up? So how are we gonna get a full 100-point yawn then? If there was just a little bit more humidity, I bet I'd be so comfortable I could fall asleep. Humidity? So scratchy around here, like the air, I mean, no water in it. But I'd fall right asleep if it was just a little bit more, you know, humidity. Yeah, I know what you mean. Ditto really did a great job making things greener, but things could be a bit more damp for sure. You think so? Charmander's like, I don't know about all this. Let's work together to raise the humidity around this place. Then we'll make it rain. Yeah. Yawn up a storm. Carly, why don't you start by spraying some water around the area? Thought it'd help Slowpoke yawn better. There's the town's humidity level can fluctuate. You can check its current humidity level with Slowpoke's yawn. Okay, there's a freaking ant on my wall. What? My house is on this. I'm on the second story of my house. How does this ant get here? Ant, go home. A lone ant? He's like, I'm gonna find some stuff. It's bedtime. Hey, quiet. Not bedtime yet. I don't know, is this helping? I got the waterfalls down. Is this helpful? Looking at the moon makes me hungry for some reason. You know what I mean? Yeah, it looks like a big cheese. My word, that was worth at least 71 we got 1 point. Look for your fellow Pokemon for help. For starters, why don't you ask around and see if they have any ideas? Audium Wanderers, do you have any ideas? What? Okay, Audium has no idea. Oh, Bulbasaur has an idea. Yes, I thought a way could raise the humidity. When I was really little, I used to play in a big field of flowers. It felt so nice. Kind of like this. Ow. If we have a really big flower field like that here, the air would get more humid too. Flower seeds normally take a little while to grow after you plant them. If you bring me along, I can make them grow instantly. Oh, so can Oddish. That's so cool. Wait, can he help with the bean sprouts too? Oh, he said I can do this. Wow. Good job, little fella. Wait, that's so fun. I was watching someone play this earlier and there was a Charmander just casually chilling by a waterfall with his tail in the water. It was kind of dark. He seemed fine though. So fun fact, Lopar. The Charmander's tail can get wet and he won't die. The misconception is that if Charmander's really weak and his tail gets wet, that's when he's in danger. But if he's like a very healthy Charmander, he's fine. It's also why in Pokemon, what was it? Not Generations. Pokemon Origins, I believe. When Red's Charizard Mega Evolves, he's like under the water. Mewtwo throws him under the water. And then he Mega Evolves and comes back up. He's totally fine. Because he's a healthy guy. He's a healthy boy. That's actually in the Pokedex that we just got for this game, too. Kind of confirms it. If Charmander is healthy, the flame on the tip of its tail will burn vigorously and won't go out even if it gets a bit wet. He's okay. I'm educated. We plant this here? Yeah. Nice big old flower bed. Oh wait, I can use the mouse mode for this probably, huh? Wow, cute. Let's keep planting this. Hold on, bud. Oh wait, was that all of them? We'll plant some seeds anyway. Oh, untilled soil. Whoops. How do I do this? Oh, okay. Did you know that in the Pokemon episode special for the sub, it was Naruto's voice actor for Red? What? No, I didn't. That's really cool. Let's get this place humid. So cute. Hey, Charlie, guess what? I thought of another way to make this place more humid. I was talking about a place where I lived before. There was a really big, pretty forest. There's an area that was always super humid. I was hoping you could water the dried up trees around here and make them healthy again. Huh? Did you already grant my wish? Trees around here look so much healthier now. Oh, we need more tree seeds. Are we humid? Or are we ditto? Oh, I need to spray it. There's a tree. Oh, we got more trees we can humid up in here. Oh, wait. Spring water is, you know, real nice, isn't it? There's a spring water around here. Were you the one who found it? That's so cool. Yeah, I did. I found it immediately. Let's see. Well, how's our yawn looking though? You can't be serious. We're still at 71 points after all that? Do I need... Hold on. Maybe the plan... Wait, no. That's not what I meant to do. Is the water running out right there? How did that work? Oh. How's that? Maybe we just need to find more waterfalls? How do I, can I make, like, a pond? Because if I just spray water into the... Yeah, that's not making a pond. Oh, whoops. You know, Overshot, I do keep forgetting to do that. That you can just pick them up instead. Wonder... Yeah, I didn't know that you could, like, run out of blocks of water like this. I don't really know how to find more. Does anyone else have any ideas? Or is Bulbasaur the only competent one coming up with ideas? I'd love to see a place like this. A gently lit bed? It's a habitat? Sounds nice. What about Squirtle? Squirtle, you got any ideas? Oh, hi, good morning. He's literally sleeping. Well, Bulbasaur's the only one that thought of anything. You think maybe I need to... Oh, I don't know how to do this. Oh my god, that's not what I was trying to do. Oh my god, I'm dying! Help! I'm drowning. Okay. I'm not doing that. I gave up on that dream. A fountain, nice. Maybe I could add another fountain? Hi Charmander, do you have any ideas? Oh, he's just being my bestie. What was that? Oh, more logs. Gee, thanks. Does this need to be submerged in water for it to work? Yeah, it does. Oh wait, there's this waterfall over here. Maybe I can... Oops. I guess we'll find out how far this stretches to. Oh, about that far. The same thing a request? Oh, wait, you're right. Talk to this Pokemon. But the last time we checked it, it still said 71. I don't know, maybe he's got another idea for us. If they have a yellowish chat bubble, the Slowbro right now means, Slowpoke right now means quest progression. Oh, okay. I have a fountain. Oh, okay, we already did it. Okay. Dude, we're still at 71 points. How am I doing all these quests and we're still there? Oh my god, I didn't mean to do that. Now Squirtle's got an idea. Okay, very good. If only I had a place like this. Hydrated tall grass. I did make it for you. I did all of this already and it's not making any of the points go up because it's all already done. Okay, I see my problem now. That's why the points aren't going up. It was accounting for them in the first place. That does make sense. I bet I can even help make it rain now. Oh, nice. Well, with Squirtle's help. He said, I'm sort of drowsy. Okay, well maybe we did it then. I was gonna try and do so much stuff that I just didn't need to do. I give that yawn just a score of 80 points. We just need one last push to reach 100. Okay. Who else got any bright ideas? Oh, Squirtle again? Oh, he's swimming! Hear me out, Ditto. Moving close to the water has really inspired me. I got a brilliant idea. Sure to help bring rain and help Slowpoke to yawn properly. What is it? I was thinking we could throw a rain dance party. A rain dance party? It's kind of like a ceremony that's supposed to make it rain, but it requires a lot of preparation. Do you think you'd help me prepare for rain dance? Yes. Here's what we need for the rain dance party. First, I need you to find a plate and put some food on it. And near that, I need something that makes me think of rain. It's really important. I need you to be focused on the rain. If my thoughts wander even for a second, even a quick, it sure would be nice if it rained delicious berries too. It'll make the whole party fail. Needs to make me focus on rain. Guess that's too vague, huh? Okay. This one ant is just here. Oh, the cast form rain. Well, that does make sense. This is making sense now. Someone on Twitter fully flooded their town. It still said 71 points. It was so funny. I understand it now, at least. I was really lost for a moment there, but I do get it now. It's like, you've already done it. You don't need to overdo it. We just gotta follow the quests exactly. Okay, so we need to buy 2 of these. We can only buy 1. Well, what the hell? Maybe it'll be fine? Okay, well, I don't really want to put this by Charmander's house. That seems like a little bit rude. So I'll put it up here. On a flat wall. Oh, I see. Like this. Okay, cute. And then I gotta take this plate. So sorry, you guys. Do I have any more berries? I got a bean sprout. Drilbur, I bet you do like that house. Okay. That should be pretty good. Maybe. I just get along with Timber for some reason. Come here, friend. Okay, so we already got it. What? Have a look near my bed. You'll find the cast form dolls around there. What if I already have one? Does this work? Have to go back, don't I? Okay, well. Then I guess we shall. There were some legendary Pokemon the humans used to revere as deities. They might be able to cause rain, but I do wonder if little Squirtle is up for the job. Oh, little Squirtle is up for the job. He is. Little wheelbarrow. Oot. Come on, little squirt. Gotta go. I'm so used to Animal Crossing where like you run over the grass and then it just disappears. Like you just shred it up and I keep thinking that's gonna happen. But I have a plate. What? Oh my god. Should I just have all this in my inventory? Is that what I need to be doing? Here we go. What are we talking about? Do I need a different plate? I got a plate. Wooden plate. I have that. Does it just want me to buy it from the PC? Okay, I'll buy it. What? That's not the problem. I just need to build it again. And then it'll be fine. Whoops. close these need to be. Can I push this? That would be really helpful. Maybe I'll just move it all, just in case. Okay, you can't, it's not really gonna be even, it's fine. Whoops, I mean, I did need to eat that, to be fair. Oh my gosh, I'm losing it. There we go. Oh, it's a site habitat too? Oh. I wonder who, maybe cast form will show up? Okay, well we already got that. So now we can make a yawn. Give me a yawn. Or nope, I need to talk to Squirtle. Okay, my bad, my bad. You can do it, Squirtle. I'm too impatient, I just keep checking. Is it starting to feel like it's gonna rain? Now that you mention it. Okay. I feel like there's even more humidity than before. All Squirtle did was eat a bean sprout next to some cast forms. That was a full 100-point yawn. Oh. It's raining. Now it should be easy to break the walls trapping Onyx in the cave, Oh. Oh no. Who turned off the rain? There, sure, of course. 2 points. The rain made me so happy that it kind of woke me right up. Oh, but we all worked so hard. What was that? It's like it was coming from the ocean. Hello? Is this the wrong ocean? Do you think it's on the security camera? Oh! I got a magic card! I got a live one! Boss, you're not gonna believe this. Oh my, we gotta get over there. Ah, I see. I should have gone to this one first. It makes more sense. This was where it basically told me to. Oh, they're huge. Could that be... Charlie, I'm sure you could whip up something to walk on to reach that Pokemon, right? Did you go talk to it on our behalf? Yes. Yes, I can, I think. Love this music. Well, Well, ain't you an odd one? You a human or a Pokemon? I'm a Pokemon. Of course you are, and you got real guts coming this close to me too. Anyway, you need something for me? Wait, you need me for something? What's that now? You say it won't rain? Oh, Humans were making a real fuss, you see, so I headed down to the quiet ocean floor for a good long nap. But I suppose that made it stop raining here, huh? What is his accent? Sure, I'm sorry about that. Wait a minute. I only woke up because I felt rain splashing on the surface of the water. Did y'all do something to make it rain? He is southern. He's way southern. We had this yawn plan. I see. Didn't know there were others out there who could call the rain like me. Y'all sure are an interesting bunch. I can't do a southern accent very good though, is the problem. That settles it. Starting today, y'all can consider me your friend. I can't do it. He sounds too, what is the word? Like backwoods. Said to have widened the seas by causing downpours. It had been asleep in a marine trench. Wow, I bet that was nice. Marina trench. Foghorn Leghorn, yeah. Alright now, how about I get a little rain falling for my new friends? Let's see here. Phew, think I'm gonna take another nap. Sure hope I can see you sometime, Ditto. Hi, Kyogre. He's Easy Pete from New Vegas. So much rain, it's pouring. Charlie, seeing that rain cleared up any doubt. I'm sure that was a legendary Pokemon Kyogre, right? Bringing rain to this parched land of ours would be a simple task for the likes of Kyogre. Really? That's amazing! Wait, hold on, does that mean my rain dance party and my epic yawn? All our hard work meant nothing? No, we summoned Kyogre! Oh, of course, the small amount of rain we got earlier is what woke Kyogre up. All of your hard work definitely wasn't for nothing. Yeah, that's what I thought. Actually, did you do any work at all? Yeah, I worked up a sweat cheering all of you on. Well, all's well that ends well. More importantly, Charlie, do you think you can rescue Onyx now? Oh, yay. Look, all the tiles are changing. Oh, this is so good. Look. Let's get this place humid. This is great. Okay, we gotta go help Onyx. Hey, looks like we're getting some crazy rain here now. That's your handiwork? Sure is, bud. Heck yeah. I like that they all say heck. Thanks. I can tell the walls and floor of the cave are way softer now. But I hate to admit it. I've been stuck here so long that I barely got any strength left to break out. Help me out, bud. Bust up that wall in front of you. Sorry, I didn't really. You needed some more room. Thank Tangrowth for me, will ya? Couldn't have gotten out of here without their smarts. Wishy clay? Ooh. A small vase? You wanna come with me, my friend? Will he be able to make it out of here? Just make sure that he can leave. There we go. I'm just so grateful for all the rain. Alright, I'm gonna live here. Who is this? Goomy! Cause the rain! Oh, that's so much better than cast form. It's nice and dark. Could be a little bit damper though. Ooh. Oh, thanks for using water gun. I got to meet you. It's nice and damp now. I'm starting to like it more and more. Most of Goomy's body is water. A membrane covers the whole Pokemon to prevent it from shriveling up in dry weather. Wow, that must be nice to be so moisturized. Yep. Mission complete. Oh, the rain just stopped. Pokemon have been reappearing one after another, and we've even gotten to see the legendary Pokemon Kyogre. I believe the rain will continue falling in this town as it used to, providing the land with moisture. And looking at you now, I dare say you may be able to pass through the gate you discovered before. Oh my gosh. More Pokemon and even more humans? I have to stop playing this game. I'll just play this until it's morning time and my baby wakes up and I won't be able to function. I could literally just continue playing this forever. This is so fun. I'm having such a good time. He's got the new zone. This is the only time that I'm going to be able to stop before I go to the new zone. I gotta call it quits. I'm cutting myself off so that I can be a responsible adult in the morning. She'd understand. It's not about her understanding. It's just so she has a functioning mom in the morning. It's the only way it's gonna work. Alright. Wow. Okay, first impressions. I am just in love. I am genuinely so in love. I can't wait to continue. I have so much more I want to explore, so much more I want to build. I think what I'll do is any sort of like builds and decor and stuff like that I might do off stream. And then when we explore new zones and everything, I'll keep that to something that we do on stream because that's fun. That's fun to see it all together at least. But wow, what a great game. I'm huge fan. I definitely feel like it was worth it so far. And we are just barely exiting kind of, I feel like, the tutorial zone at the moment. So wow, can't wait to see what's next. All right, I'm gonna call it quits there. Have a good one, everyone, and I will see you later, maybe tomorrow. So goodbye.